racing, Coincidental outbroke the field in the Boss's colors. Heavenly Gazebo in the queue, right to the lead. Heavenly Gazebo takes the lead from Cold Town Road. Lead off is in the 4th spot, but just 1.5 lengths from the lead. That's the gray. And El Jefe Cobb is last and 4 lengths out of it. The quintet heads into the far turn, nearly 3 astern. And Cold Town Road's making a move off the far turn. Heavenly Gazebo is badgering to the inside. Coincidental, it needs to get going or is going to be doing the moonwalk shortly and heading back to the barn, joined by El Jefe Cobb. And a leadoff is 5 lengths rearmost. Heavenly Gazebo fending the challenge of this big favorite. Heavenly Gazebo a neck. Cold Town Road straightens out for the drive. El Jefe Cobb and leadoff are charging late into the final 125. Cold Town Road, Heavenly Gazebo, lead off. Heavenly Gazebo would not let that favorite go by and wins $9.99 for Alonso. And they're racing. Kind of a tough beginning for Burn Boss. The firster started in last. Great beginning for Big Boy McCoy. Big Boy McCoy puts the head in front. Arvu's Taboo alongside to the outside. And Dynamo Meter and Goodwin popped okay. And they come scooting through to the inside. And now we have a hotly contested pace battle on a hot Sunday in Shakopee. 3 battle it out. 7 behind that to Wildcat Hagrid. Way back to Burn Boss in last. Dynamo Meter has pinched out of that speed battle, and going on with it is Arvu's Taboo, and battling it out with Big Boy McCoy with a 1/4 mile to go. After that, Wildcat Hagrid, and they head for home. Arvu's Taboo puts the head in front. Big Boy McCoy behind them. Outside of that, Wildcat Hagrid and Dynamo Meter, 2 and 4. Locked in battle into the final 125. Big Boy McCoy, the longest shot on the board, reclaims the lead. Big Boy McCoy comes up big on Father's Day, winning by 3/4, 2-4, and a photo. And they're racing. Arnold's Patsy off the layoff pop very nicely, winning Mandate also with speed. Winning Mandate from the outside with Ruben Fuentes. Wants the lead, and they get it by an ever-widening half. After that, Impulse Us is to the inside of Brahms's Who. Then it's the Best Wife Ever, checked a bit, angle to the outside. Boozin' at Bozos, 12 lengths from the lead. And up top, Winning Mandate trying to run a winning race. Winning Mandate gets down to the inside with a 2-length lead. Kelsey gets Impulsus to the outside, a narrow second, to the outside of Arnold's Patsy, and to the inside of Brahms's who's on the move. And then it's a big gap back to Boozin' at Bozos, and the Best Wife Ever is tailed off to last. Winning Mandate, Brahms's Who, trying to define the Who with an exclamation point to the outside. Brahms's Who takes the lead and is running away from Winning Mandate. Brahms is Who, making her daddy Brahms proud on Father's Day at 5-1. And there you go. From the center, Cha pops nicely in search of two in a row. Big Blue Note to the inside. Elsie's Kid to the outside. In the misty moonlight, widest of all and about 2.5 lengths from the lead. And Said Quartet has gone 8 clear from Pearl Divine. And they head into the far turn. Cha by an inch. Big Blue Note pressures to the inside. And Elsie's Kid still right there. Rider as the Lime Novogratz colors taking the lead by an inch. Outside of that, in the misty moonlight, beginning to feel the heat. Still a big gap back to Pearl Divine around about the quarter pole. It is Elsie's Kid to the outside of Cha. Next to the rail is Big Blue Note. Behind them is In the Misty Moonlight. Elsie's Kid puts that pretty white face in front and spurts clear by 3. Cha second, fighting on. After that, Big Blue Note, and from the back of the pack, Pearl Divine is closing very fast, and Cha's coming back on Elsie's Kid. Elsie's Kid, Cha, Pearl Divine, outhouse, penthouse, maybe. And they're racing in the Winky Bohm Father's Day Derby. Excellent beginning for Amaretto D'Amore. And Amaretto D'Amore scoots around the corner with the lead and is to the inside of Nordic Queen. Then we come to Voodoo Fire. That one's to the inside of Strabella. After that, Sense of Flurry, 5 lengths out of it. 2.5 clear from Lucy's Looking Left. They head up the Canterbury Park barn side on a steamy Sunday in Shakopee. And the high-headed Amaretto D'Amore showing lots of love. Nordic Queen in second, hoping to rule over the field. Lucy's Looking Left, out of last into third and on the move in the middle stages. Voodoo Fire is next, being shoved on by Harry. Voodoo Fire pushed on 5 lengths out of it, feeling the heat. Next to that one is Strabella, and Sense of Flurry's making a move into the far turn. Voodoo Fire just checked back to last, and Amaretto D'Amore continues to lead at 3.5 to 1. A couple of challenges from the outside. Lucy's Looking Left to the outside of Nordic Queen. 2.5 clear from Sense of Flurry. The gray is Strabella, and Voodoo Fire is dropped out of it. Amaretto D'Amore still leads. Amaretto D'Amore wire to wire on her mind, but here comes Sense of Flurry finishing with a flurry. Nordic Queen between them. The gray is Strabella to the inside. Amaretto D'Amore is looking for a place to go to bed. We're down to 6 and 3. Sense of Flurry, Strabella. Strabella 10 to 1 on a day of upsets, or Sense of Flurry pay the 6 at 5 to 1. And they're racing in the Father-Son Father's Day Classic. And the first one out of the gate is a Rose for Raven. Soul Coaxing's being coaxed near the lead. About 5 lengths behind that is Hard Attack. Then we come to Thick Haze, looking to extend a winning streak. That one has been overtaken now by Hard Attack. Then it's 2 by 2, and Kelsey and Devil Vision way out of it in last. All right, buddy, take it away.
Thank you, Pop. All right, so Road for Raven's taking first place right now. Road for Raven, you know what I'm saying? Carlo Lopez is on the road right now with Soul coaxing coming behind, looking to take a little Soul with them for the road. Following right behind is a Heart Attack, waiting to give somebody a heart attack by slipping in second or first. Right behind that, we got Thick Haze, a little craze every day. You know what I'm saying, Pop? Go ahead and take it away.
I appreciate that. Up the barn side they go, and the favorite in lukewarm fashion is a Rose for Raven, and that's the one on the lead, buddy. Soul coaxing still is in second. Then from behind, Heart Attack, like you said, trying to give somebody a heart attack. After that is Thick Haze, poised to pounce 7 out of it. What's Kelsey doing back there with Devil Vision? Let's see if Kelsey can win. Take it away, boy.
On with that Kelsey Har, all right? Rose for Raven still holding the lead. Here comes Soul coaxing coming down the corner right now. It's a nose-to-nose battle. Here comes Heart Attack, waiting for that Heart Attack come through. Here comes Kelsey Har slipping from behind, coming in and catching up. Oh my God, you seeing this, everybody? Rose for Raven's holding the lead. Heart Attack's coming through. Here comes Heart Attack coming through right now. What is this? 2x2, not an AC-doozy.
That was crazy. That was a crazy finish. Hey, my son Derek Allen, ladies and gentlemen, happy Father's Day. It's the Father-Son Father's Day Classic. You feel good?
Hey.
Thank you. Photo finish. And they're racing. Slow start for Princess Livia and Q. Emerald Princess comes out royally and is joined by Cost of Fortune with good early speed. And Princess Livia, in her quest to win 2 in a row, recovers sweetly to the inside of Later Days. Then back in last is Birdie Be Gone, watching the pace battle from 6 lengths out of it. Into the far turn on a steamy Sunday in Shakopee. And up goes Emerald Princess to grab the lead. Later Days is on the move to the outside of Cost of Fortune. Then we come back to Princess Livia. Birdie Be Gone, double digits from the lead, and they have a quarter of a mile to go, and they're chasing Emerald Princess. Emerald Princess still handheld outside Cost of Fortune. Right behind them, Princess Livia. Then it's Later Days, and not today for Birdie Be Gone. Into the final furlong, and Emerald Princess puts their backs against the wall, and she is gone. Emerald Princess making her daddy Super Saver proud on Father's Day. They're racing in the Father's Day penultimate, looking so lucky, trying to get lucky. Morg's World at 6-1 popped out nicely, and there goes Indy Star. And Indy Star at 11-1 gallops clear on the lead and does so stylishly. About 3-4 lengths after that to Roll in Blackout. Number 2, Fat and Furious, had trouble around the turn. It impacted the 7, Hunter's Magic. After all that, 15 covers them, and they head up the barn side, chasing Indy Star, and Carlo Lopez gets that 5 to settle into a nice gate, and Indy Star sparkling on the lead. In second is Dreaming Biz, looking to win 2 in a row. Behind them, looking so lucky, that one's to the inside of Morg's World. Then it's Fat and Furious, and Fat and Furious has been overtaken by Rollin' Blackout, who's on the move. Rollin' Blackout undoubtedly wide around the turn, but closing in sweetly. And in last is Hunter's Magic. and they're still chasing Indy Star, attacked by Dreaming Biz. Behind them, Looking So Lucky in search of the light of day. Rolling Blackout shoved on hard. Likewise for Morg's World. Then it's Fat and Furious and Hunter's Magic, and in they come. Dreaming Biz takes the lead. Looking So Lucky attempting to challenge. Rolling Blackout still in the thick of it into the final football field. Looking So Lucky at 2.5 to 1. Feeling kind of lucky. 4-6-1 in race 8. Looking So Lucky prevails. And they're racing in the last on Father's Day, and popping out of the gate beautifully was Jagged Arrow and Fuentes to the inside. Sweet Honor also is very prevalent, and Taylor B. Swift trying to get by those leaders and shake it off. After that, Shy Oh Shy and Bonita Rapids is at the rear, but only 4 lengths from front to back. And as they head into the far turn, they have a half-mile to travel. It is Jagged Arrow continuing to show the way. Between them is Sweet Honor, and outside of that, Taylor B. Swift's love story continues on the 3-wide side. Shy Oh Shy right behind them and about 5 lengths clear from Bonita Rapids. Here comes Taylor B. Swift. No longer a blank space on the bingo card. Jagged Arrows to the inside. Shy Oh Shy right behind them. Sweet Honor sucked out of it, and Bonita Rapids is at the tail. Taylor B. Swift eyeballs the winner's circle and says, "You belong to me." It is Taylor B. Swift from Jagged Arrow. Outside of that is Shy Oh Shy, a menacing presence. Shy Oh Shy, Taylor B. Swift no longer gorgeous. Sweet Honor late. Shy Oh Shy at even money. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the biggest stakes racing day of the 2022 Canterbury Park season. We will kick it off with Miss Emma White from Faith Family Church in Burnsville and Rosemount, and the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land
Miss Emma White, ladies and gentlemen, Faith Family Church, Burnsville and Rosemount, and welcome to the races. Racing at Canterbury Park, 10 for you, Mystic Lake Northern Lights Festival Day. And at Canterbury Park for the Big Ten, we have a fast main track and
the turf is firm, people. The turf is firm.
we have some scratches and some rider changes, and here they are. In the first race, scratch number 6, Grandiose Summer. Number 2 is picked up by Alonzo Quinones. Made Disco picked up by the Q. Second race, Clear of Change. In the third race, scratch number 7, Morg's World. That third race begins the all-turf pick 5 for 50 cents. Race number 4, scratch numbers 9, 10, 14, and 15. They're all out of race number 4. It's still a big field. In tonight's 5th race, scratch number 5, Queen's Cavallo. Number 2 picked up by Alex Conchari. Conchari picks up number 2 in race 5. Race number 6, 3 scratches. They are 9 Swanage, 10 Ewans, and 12 Ready to Run Away. Race 6, scratch 9, 10, and 12. In the 7th race, scratch number 4, 2 Emmys. Number 3 is picked up by Ruben Fuentes in race 7. 8th race, beginning the final pick 3, Northern Lights Turf Festival Night. Scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. The 9th race, the penultimate, Clear of Change, likewise for the finale, race 10. Ladies and gentlemen, on track and or off track, thank you very much for making Canterbury Park part of your Wednesday. We thank Miss Emma White for a brilliant rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, and we welcome you to the races.
Well, good evening and welcome to Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. We're here to take a look at what might be the best night of racing at Canterbury Park for sure so far this season, maybe for the entire season. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in purse money to be distributed over a 10-race card that includes 6 stakes, 5 of them, 6-figure stakes that are on the turf course. We've got a special pick 5. We've got our regular late pick 5, the early pick 4 with a 10% takeout. So many betting options. Doesn't get better than this, Angela.
It's been something that all of us up here have been looking for. It's something that all of us have looked forward to the entire season. It's awesome. I mean, everything that we had hoped this night would be, even after a preview night that was a little muddy, it's come to fruition. And we have minimal scratches. We have that special 10% takeout pick 5 that encompasses all of those turf stakes. We have the MTA squeezed in between there. We have a whole boatload of good betting action. Like you said, 10% takeout from start to finish, not so bad.
No, a lot of really cool things. Now, we're going to go through the races one by one, but let's do some housekeeping items here first of all. If you're going to play that all stakes turf pick 5, be aware that if you're going to bet it through your ADW, if you're going to bet it with a teller or on one of our self-service machines here, it's a separate event. You've got the Canterbury races, and then you've got the Canterbury turf pick 5. That's what you want to bet. Go to that separate event. That's where you'll make that special pick 5. And by the way, that's a force out. There'll be no carryover in that pool. That pool will be paid out tonight. I expect it to be several $100,000. Then we've got our regular late pick 5 and our early pick 4, both with a 10% takeout. You're going to want to get involved in that pick 4, and that first race begins in about 24 minutes. Also, Alonso Quinones, Angela, chasing win 1,000. He's got 8 mounts tonight. He's riding the 2 here in the first race, so we're going to follow that as well. Might be a fun night for Alonso to get 1,000.
Right, just another ingredient added into it that we're keeping an eye on. Payouts, milestones, all kinds of stuff that could be happening tonight. And Alonso Quinones is one of the ones that knows this turf course the best, so he would be no surprise to pop up with likely an upset because he's on some long shots through the entire card, starting with May Disco at 10-1. But if he were to pull that off in one of these stakes races, it might be extra special.
Yeah, maybe it'll be on Ben's Malice, one of your choices, the Minnesota bred in the Mystic Lake Derby. That could happen. It's a $150,000 race. Back to that all-stakes turf pick 5 again. It's races 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. So the dirt stake that's in the middle, not part of it. 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. That makes up that pick 5. So make sure you get in. It's going to be a fun bet. A lot of options here. Field size over 10. The average field size in the stakes is 10 and change, maybe even 12. So there's so many different possibilities. Trying to find a single. Our Angela might argue about that here in the next few minutes, but it's not an easy task. There's some horses that look good, but those horses are also vulnerable, in my opinion.
Well, right, and I think that the most likely single, for me at least, is going to land right in the middle of things. So if she is a horse that you like as well, a lot of people do, she's going to be a part of a lot of different wagers, horizontally speaking. And if you can find a way to get around her, and there's a lot of viable candidates, if you don't like her style, if you don't like anything in her recent history, She Can't Sing is probably, I think, going to be one of the bigger favorites, at least in that sequence. But it's going to be so much fun to go through this from start to finish. I thought it was a little more wide open at the end of things, but, I mean, a 5-furlong turf sprint that's as loaded as the Dark Star is, that could be one where you'd want to expand your options as well. So I can't wait to get through it with you, with Gorg, with Paul. We have Maggie Wolfendale here. We have all kinds of special faces out for the Mystic Lake Northern Stars Turf Festival. And we'll kick it off in the third. The Curtis Sampson Oaks, a very special face around here through the years. This race named for him. It used to be the Northbound Pride.
Yeah, Curtis Sampson, of course, when the track shut down, when Canterbury Downs shut down in 1992, it was dark. It looked like racing in Minnesota might be over, and that wasn't the case thanks to Curtis Sampson, who, along with his son Randy Sampson, track president, and Dale Shinian, bought the track, brought back simulcast racing in 1994, and live racing returned in 1995, and we've had a live meet every year since then, and it's all thanks to Kurt Sampson, who passed away 2 years ago. This race named in his honor. It's a doozy. I think this thing is wide open. You know, Schlafmitz, the 5. I'm waiting for Paul to call that one. That's the favorite. Mike Maker, you know, as you pointed out last night when you were doing a podcast with Howard and Jay Litzow of the Star Tribune, Mike Maker wins races at Canterbury. Schlafmitz has to be considered here, is the morning line favorite, probably the horse to beat, but you've got a horse that can beat this filly.
I do, actually. We both kind of do. I know that you're displeased with my top selection in here, but unfortunately she's the top selection of more than just myself. She drew the disadvantageous outside post. Blissful is a horse that I really like in the Curtis Sampson Oaks. Any other draw, I don't think she'd be 10 to 1 though. So I think that helps us get a price. I think that Blissful overcame an awful lot to win her debut. So if she can put together any sort of race similar to that, 2 to 3 angle, lots of things to like about her, including the price. That's going to be a tough field. I mean, I only used a couple of them. Like you mentioned, Schlafmitz is going to be tough in that spot, but Mike Maker, especially with his fillies, aims very well at these Canterbury races and non-graded stakes. She's going to be a handful.
Well, I went to backside yesterday to look at 2 horses. One of them was Blissful, and she looks the part. I ran into assistant trainer Pearl Hagedorn, who got her start at Canterbury, was thrilled to be back here, took a look at this filly. She looks the part. I think they said she's grown a little bit since last year. I think if that's true, she looks good. That workout indicates she can run. Cheminade, the Frenchman, aboard. That's race 3. That's the Curtis Sampson Oaks. On to race number 4. This one is tough. You alluded to it earlier. The Dark Star Turf Sprint, 5 furlongs on the grass. Tiger Dad is out. That's the 9. The 10 is out, as are the Alsos, the 14 and the 15. Doesn't make it any easier, though.
No.
Wide open. Not my kind of race. 5 furlongs. I struggle. That's why I go to experts like you. Who do you got?
Well, I actually have an exacta that I'm looking forward to playing because I thought 7 Cents would be very tough in this spot. 7 Cents has been very consistent in recent times, and he's been at Pimlico, he's been at Keeneland, he's been at the Fairgrounds, he's been at Houston. Wherever he goes, he fires. And even if 7 Cents doesn't win every time, he's a horse that you need to incorporate into your wagers. And Brad Cox, just like Mike Maker, with more limited stock, I don't think he's missed the board with anybody that he's sent up here. And he sends 7 Cents off a nice third-place finish. Caro Tari, the horse that won that day, I think would be even money or less maybe in this spot. So I am going to try to utilize him in exactas with a couple of other horses, including Huey Attack. Those of you down at the bar, you know what that's all about. But XY Speed from the Maker stable, the defending champ Jazzy Times. The names that you could find up and down this list that have great shots in here are numerous. So I mean, try to kick horses out as you will. It's not easy in this spot because so little can make a difference in a 5 furlong turf sprint.
Yeah, I'm going with the 7 on your mark. Relu Gutierrez in town to ride. And look at the riders in this race. Laurent Giroux, Javier Castellano. You've got trainers Brad Cox, Mike Maker, Greg Foley. This Mystic Lake Northern Stars Turf Festival has attracted some of the best trainers and the best riders in the Midwest. And this fourth race is proof of it. Let's move along to let's go right to race number 6. We're going to skip that turf or the dirt race. Just jump into race 6, the Lady Canterbury. And there was a race call of the Lady Canterbury, one of your favorites, Ange. Let's take a look at it right now, Johnny the Mouse.
Then it's Dryzen in third. Can you believe this? KZ Bay at 30 to 1 wins the Lady Canterbury. And KZ Bay does it for Paul Nolan and Bob Rhino. Chalk one up for the home team in 134 and 2.
How about that? Yeah, and Paul's voice. Unbelievable. I still remember that day 25 years ago. In fact, I saw myself standing in the infield with the camera there, a lot lighter and a lot more hair back then. No one gave KZ Bay, the local horse, a chance. Huge mare, but had only run at Canterbury. You know, Bob Rhino, a guy who had, I believe, 2 horses in his stable from Wood, South Dakota, was the trainer. You know, you had Elliot Walden was here. All the big knockers were in town. KZ Bay, no chance to win. Paul Nolan aboard, wire to wire, one of the greatest calls in the history of Canterbury Park, in my opinion, and a lot of fun. And this Lady Canterbury is it's full of history, and I think we could see some pretty exciting racing here today as well. I know it's one of your favorite races, and a bit of a rematch of last year's Curtis Sampson Oaks as well.
Well, right. I mean, we've definitely got big knockers in here as well. I mean, She Can't Sing comes from the Block stable, the Cox stable, the Maker stable. They're all represented in this race. Even with some scratches, you get Rusty Arnold. There's locals with some very, very formidable shippers. So if one or the other is the angle that you want to take in the Lady Canterbury, if you're like Jeff and you look at the past and you say, well, only 4 favorites have ever won the Lady Canterbury, then you take a big shot against She Can't Sing and you use as many as you can because she's probably going to ensure that all of the prices are fair outside of her. Even with Saranya, I mean, I thought that 7 to 2 morning line was fair, but I think that She Can't Sing will probably take even more money than that. Maybe leave Saranya around the 4 to 1, 9 to 2 area. If you think that that's fair on her, she has already proven herself over this turf course, and she should get an excellent trip from that post with her tactical speed. So there's lots of cases to be made in and out, whether it be with the locals or with shippers, but it's going to be such a fun running of the Lady C. Even with the scratches, it's going to be awesome. We should mention that Raylu Gutierrez picks up a joy of painting in that spot as well.
One of those locals I wanted to mention is Beach Flower, the 9-year-old who just won the Minnesota HPPA Distaff earlier in the meet. She's won the Lady Canterbury before. Would be the oldest mare to win the Lady Canterbury. No 9-year-old has ever won it before. You've got to always mention some of the locals. Yeah. If she's on her game, and she may be a step slower than she had been maybe 3-4 years ago, on her game, she can win this race. And I think we're going to get a big run. Roy Chirinos aboard for Mac Roberts, and that's a lot of fun for me. So Beach Flower, I'll be cheering for it. But if I'm going to single, you're right. I'm on Sarania for Brad Cox with Florent Giroux aboard.
Okay, you and Jay Litza.
Race 7, the Mystic Lake Mile. This is 1 mile on the turf course, $100,000 race. The turf race or that turf sprint's tough. I thought this race was possibly as difficult. There's a big scratch in here. The 2 Emmys. 2 Emmys has been scratched from the Mystic Lake Mile. That was a Grade 1 winner who would have taken a lot of money in a race that I think is full of speed. Could set it up for a closer.
Yeah, I thought so. And I think that being drawn to the outside, as most of that speed is, only complicates the picture because the horses that are going to want to take back might have to do a little bit more so than they ordinarily would. I thought that Street Ready, Spanish Kingdom, Mr. Dumas all fit the same sort of mold. They want to be off the pace. Goldie wants to be off the pace, the top choice of Kevin Gorg. And whichever one of these can find a seam through, I think is going to be the winner. And I thought that it might be Street Ready. He wouldn't surprise me if he ran second or third or something like that. He doesn't have a huge kick, but I thought he would save ground and he'd be the best price of any of the horses I just mentioned. So in looking for value in there with a horse that can come from off the pace, that's where I landed. But this is a very, very difficult race. Bellamy's Roan is ridden by Ruben Fuentes, and along with the scratch of 2 Emmys, that's it for the changes. You have 11 to pick from and a very complicated puzzle in which to do so.
I thought My Indy had a shot if you're looking for a long shot, a local long shot. David Van Winkle, a Hall of Famer here, Chad Lindsay aboard. He won the Dark Star Turf Sprint last year during this festival. My Indy, a cut below probably in class, former claimer, but runs his race every time, hits the board almost every time. Pitched that last race, he lost by 45 lengths, folks. I get it. But that was in the mud. We're on the turf today. That's where this horse excels. I like in mile races horses that are proven at a mile. 13 starts for My Indy, 8 times in the money. A 20-1 morning line. You better get all of that. I think we might even get more. But that's a local hopeful for those that have a big bankroll to spend. Otherwise, Ange mentioned the logical horses that are going to press the pace from the top barns and take most of the attention. The headliner, the Mystic Lake Derby, right onto the Mystic Lake Derby, Ange, because we need to break this one down. People are going to need a winner in this race. We're scratching the 3 Slim Slow Slider. Now, a Minnesota bred, I've talked about this for weeks, a Minnesota bred's never won the Mystic Lake Derby. In fairness, there's only been 3 that have run in it, but that's really what this is about. It's about breeding horses that can compete anywhere in the country, and we know that there's one in here that can, and it's your top choice, I believe.
Well, I think that both of the Minnesota breds in here stand a good chance, and they would both be a nice, happy ending for us here at the track to that pick 5, because Ben's Malice and Xavier Dave are both horses that we're very familiar with, and Ben's Malice drawing the outside, Xavier Dave drawing the 9-hole. I think we'll be able to draft in because most of the speed is to their inside, including the horses that should be the 2 favorites, Stitched and Dowagic Chief. I know that they're going to go at least with one, if not with the other, but Magoo and Tonka Warrior's presence in here, as I was talking about last night with Howard, what do you make of it? Because we do have some local hopes in there, but Ben's Malice and Xavier Dave, very different than Magoo and Tonka Warrior.
Right. I think Tonka Warrior and Magoo are going to find themselves on or close to the front, right? And Xavier Dave sits off. So maybe that's Mac's strategy. But also, you've got 3 different owners, right? You've got Extreme, you've got Novogratz, and you've got the estate of Warren Bush. So they all want to be at the big dance. Mac's going to enter all 3 of them. And, they do have contrasting styles somewhat, but it could set up for Xavier Dave. And I'll say this, before you say, well, the Minnesota bred can't win, Stitched is just too good. That's your morning line favorite. Well, look in the PPs. Xavier Dave's beat Stitch in the past and could do it again tonight. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I think that they both have excellent chances. I'm going to lean the way of Ben's Malice just with some of the contentious races he was involved in Florida, but Xavier Dave an excellent chance too. I mean, no slouch in the turf race department either, going to the fairgrounds and going to Keeneland. Both of them, I think, will represent Minnesota very well. Even if they don't win, I think at least one of them will crack the top 3.
Well, the horses are in the walking ring now for race number 1. We're going to bring Kevin Gorg into the conversation. Kevin's going to give you the winner of this opener. Shortly, he'll give you the post-time pick 4 that you're going to want to play to cash for size 10% takeout. Kevin, what do you see in the opening event?
Yeah, good way to whet our appetite for the wagering that lies ahead. Of course, the all-turf pick 5 starts in race 3. Make sure you look for that on the machines here. Ask for that at the windows. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Welcome to race number 1. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares traveling 6 furlongs. And outside 2 horses with the scratch of the 6 are dueling for favoritism. Let's take a look at the 1. Take Charge Desi. A couple of decent starts this season, including last time out at Canterbury. Was beaten by, right now, the betting favorite, Bombara Gold, but was right there with that horse. Should get a good stalking trip, and I think merits a look. May Disco is the 2, and the big story here is the jockey. Alonso Quinones, one of our best, is sitting on 999 wins. Could be a milestone if he gets this 2 home. And if you go back and watch both the career starts, trouble in both. Sneaky horse here at 12-1. Quinones has a way of putting a horse into the race, and with a clean start out of the gate, might be a long shot worth a look. The other horse I was intrigued by was this horse right here on your television screens, and that's number 3, Luna S. First-time starter for the Thumbs Up gang, Miguel Angel Silva. Luis Valenzuela, such a good gate jockey. I like the workout pattern coming in. Good-looking horse. Again, this is the first time that she's done this, and she's very professional so far in the paddock. I like the way she's carrying herself. Luna S might have some speed with those workouts. If you love speed, you're going to love this horse, number 4, Jettin' with Class. Harry Hernandez gets the call. This is the other Silva horse. Ships in from Churchill Downs. Actually had the lead the weekend of the Kentucky Derby in a $122,000 maiden race. Was on the lead through a very fast half mile and then got tired late. The cutback, the speed, good jockey, and that's why you see 9-5 on Jettin' with Class. My pick in the race will be the 5, Bombara Gold, in lukewarm fashion. When we get to the pick 5 ticket, or pick 4 ticket, you'll see that I don't have a real strong inclination here, but I love the way this horse has been running of late. I think Gary Shearer's filly is going to get a great setup too. The 4 has speed. The 3, the first timer, likely will be quick, and the inside marker probably from that post has to go, which means Bombara Gold can sit off and make one run. Ruben Fuente is so good at making that move at the right time. I'll trust him here at 8-5 with Bombara Gold. No superfecta wagering here in the first, but a very interesting maiden race. As you can see from our conversation, all 5 legitimately have a chance to win. What a night we're going to have. Northern Stars Turf Festival night. It all starts in race number 3 with 6 consecutive stakes races. When you're going to play the all-turf event, make sure you ask for that or look for it on the machines. It's a 10% takeout, just like this post-time pick 4. Once we get the horses on the track, I'll take you through my ticket. It's very affordable tonight at $36. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Welcome to one of the biggest nights of the racing calendar on a perfect sunny Wednesday night. It's time for the call to the post. It's time to get the party started. The great Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post for race number 1. At a distance of 6 furlongs here on our fast main track, we offer win, place, show, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta. No superfecta here in the first with the scratch at number 6, but we also have a $1 double, 50-cent rolling pick 3, and of course the 10% takeout. Post-time pick 4. We'll get to that ticket here shortly. The combatants for race number 1 at the gate in just 6 minutes. All right, guys, Kevin Gorg with you for our 10% takeout post-time pick 4. As you can see, it's a $36 ticket. And as you can see, I didn't have a lot of confidence in this first race. Only a 5-horse field, but I'm going to take 3 of them. I'm taking a stand against the 4. Nothing against the 4, the Churchill Downs Steamer with the speed. But I'm going to try to upset that horse. And I thought the 3 would be the best value here, the first-time starter. 5 is an obvious horse. And I think 1 might be flying under the radar and really within a length of the 5 the last time they met. So I'm going to go 1, 3, and 5. In the second half of the double, I'm going to use the outside 2, the Speedball XL and the big closer Lock Moore. So I've got the front locked up and the back there. Feel good about that. Then we start the stakes action in race 3. I'm going to use the 1, 5, 9, and 10. The 1, in my opinion, is the horse to beat with Florent Giroux, but I think that race is wide open, so I wanted some coverage. We'll close it out in the Dark Star Sprint. I'm going to use 3, 4, and 11. 3 and 4. Both are going to have that inside post position. 3's got the speed, 4 likely off the pace, and then my top pick in the race is sequestered out in post number 11, Chess Master with that early speed. And this is a ticket that can pay pretty handsomely with that 10% takeout. You need to get involved. It's the post-time pick 4. Start building those tickets for the later events like that all-turf pick 5. Look for it on the machines or ask for it with the Canterbury Turf pick 5. Race number 1 on Northern Stars Turf Festival night comes your way in just 3 minutes. Get those bets in now.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the first Northern Stars Turf Festival Day. Those of you watching and wagering off track, we wholeheartedly thank you. Likewise, for those of you who have come to Shakopee and are taking in racing at Canterbury Park Live. Nearly $700,000 in purse money this evening on behalf of Canterbury's management team, those in our television department, and those of us here in the Dark Star press box. Thank you very much for spending part of your Wednesday with Canterbury Park. The first favorite is Jettin' with Class, 3-2. Bombara Gold, 8-5. We begin with a quintet. The rider for number 2, Alonso Quinones, has 999 victories. Good luck, Q. We have a three-way tie atop the rider standings. Harry Hernandez, Luis Fuentes, and Lindy Wade, each with 22 victories. Our leading trainer, Mac Robertson, with 23. Followed closely by Joel Burt with 20. Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables, our leading owners, with 18 wins. Bombara Gold, last in line. Welcome to the show. It's racing at Canterbury Park. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Bombara Gold comes out in search of the gold on the wide side. Luna S comes purring through, and Luna S, that 3, takes the lead by a head. Taking charge, Desi is next, close handy to the inside, about 1 length from the lead. Then it's Jettin' with Class and Harry Hernandez. He has the yellow helmet cover, and he's scooting up to the outside of May Disco, staying alive. And the 5 are sardined by 2.5. They're into the far turn as they roll by the Dean Coots Memorial Chapel. And with 3/8 to go, up top, Bombara Gold still owning the gold. To the inside is Luna S. Harry's all over Jettin' with Class on the 3 wide side. They circumnavigate into action about a length from the front. Then it's Taking Charge, Desi needing to do more, and May Disco has done the moonwalk. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Bombara Gold has the lead. It's a tenacious lead. Jettin' with Class and Harry mean business. Taking Charge, Desi at 3.5 to 1, engaging to the inside. Here comes Jettin' with Class, the first winner, Northern Lights Turf Festival Day. The first race is official. Jettin' with Class is our first winner. 50-cent trifecta, top 3 finishers in a given race. $4.20. First Exacta, also $4.20. We come to the second race. No scratches, no rider changes, and race time is about 20 minutes from now. Don't forget, $5 16-ounce domestic beers this evening and $5 Bavarian pretzels. Our featured groups include Think Great, Tournament, HBPA, Kusky Financial, IDI's Employee Event, Lube Tech, and Metro Sales. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Atomic Data, Apple Autos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, La Marca Prosecco, Fairfield Inn and Suite Shakopee, Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Suites Shakopee, JTR Roofing, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Jettin' with Class and Harry Hernandez. The winning owners are Hidden Creek Farm, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, he is Miguel Angel Silva. Final time, 111.24. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the big screen in the infield or TV monitors, Canterbury Park would like to acknowledge this week's Groom of the Week. Park. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Bombara Gold comes out in search of the gold on the wide side. Luna S comes purring through, and Luna S, that 3, takes the lead by a head. Taking charge, Desi is next, close handy to the inside, about 1 length from the lead. Then it's Jettin' with Class and Harry Hernandez. He has the yellow helmet cover, and he's scooting up to the outside of May Disco, staying alive. And the 5 are sardined by 2.5. They're into the far turn as they roll by the Dean Coots Memorial Chapel. And with 3/8 to go, up top, Bombara Gold still owning the gold. To the inside is Luna S. Harry's all over, Jettin' with Class on the 3 wide side. They circumnavigate into action about a length from the front. Then it's Taking Charge, Desi needing to do more. And May Disco has done the moonwalk. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Bombara Gold has the lead. It's a tenacious lead. Jettin' with Class and Harry mean business. Taking Charge, Desi at 3.5 to 1, engaging to the inside. Here comes Jettin' with Class, the first winner, Northern Lights Turf Festival Day.
Well, Harry Hernandez has been such a nice addition to our jocks colony, and you saw him in that first race. He inherited a horse from Churchill Downs that went breakneck fast last time out, Derby weekend in Louisville. Took the horse off the pace, got the horse to relax a little bit early, and then saved the best for last. Jetting with Class, one of the favorites, pays $440. You can see it on the board earlier. The all-turf pick 5 is a 10% takeout. It starts in race number 3. When you go to your machine or head to your teller, ask for the Canterbury Turf Pick 5, and that's the big one tonight. Should have a huge pool in there, but right now we got to build that bankroll with race number 2, 6.5 furlongs. This is an allowance optional claimer with a purse of $35,000, and here they are. Number 1 is Magic Revolution. Luis Negron gets the call for Brucey Rican, and I like route horses at this 6.5 furlong distance sprinting because that extra half furlong can be a problem, and horses that have been running in route races tend to enjoy this spot, and that's exactly what Magic Revolution is going to try. Showed speed against Top Dog last time, around 2 turns, got claimed, and now back in at 6.5. Should be near the pace, and again off a 1 mile race. That last extra half furlong here for a sprint should not be a problem. Part of the pace in the race comes from number 2, Shadowless. How about the price up on the board at 7-1? The morning line in your program is set by a professional where the odds likely should go off. That morning line says 2-1. So what a value. If this horse can get loose here, I think this horse can be a problem. I've got the horse in my top 3. I think the horse is in good form. 3 consecutive Beyer speed figures at 70 tells you this horse has some talent too. Now 6-1 is Shadowless. 3 is Pure Rocket. Harry Hernandez, the jockey, looks to sweep the early double. He rides for trainer Matt Williams. Turf to Dirt is the bill of fare. It's a 3-year-old against older company, but it's another horse with route experience, and that might play big late in the race. We just saw Harry Hernandez steal away in the stretch. He'll try it again with Pure Rocket, who's 10-1. Number 4, Citrus Bay. Miguel Arroyo rides this one for trainer Santiago Tranquilino, who won a couple of races in one race day last weekend. 4th behind our favorite last time out, has to make up those 8 lengths. That's the question. Here is the favorite, number 5. Want to get a good look at this horse in the paddock. This is the Speedy Excel. Chirinos gets the call for Valerie Lund. The Lund barn is going guns a-blazing of late. They've been red hot, good-looking horse, very fast out of the gate. The key will be how does the horse handle the heat from inside with number 2 also having that early speed. But if this horse can shake clear around the turn, he's going to be tough, and the price tells the story right now at 2-5. The late danger, if you like the favorite, is right here. Number 6, Lockmore, with Kelsey Haar getting the call. The other Bruce Rican horse. The Rican horses sandwich this field, and I like this big closer. There's going to be pace. This horse is going to lay back early and make one big run. If you're playing a trifecta, I think you have to include number 6, who looms a threat at 9-2. Good-looking field here. Optional allowance company, 6.5 furlongs, and after this race, 6 consecutive stakes races. Get those bets in order. What a big night of racing it's going to be. But right now, the horses for race 2 are heading down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track. They'll be at the gate inside 10 minutes. Good luck and enjoy racing right here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Sir Leonard Dykert, the Canterbury Park bugler, brings them onto the track for the second. No scratches. 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. Also, stop by Bo Diddley's Deli Sandwich Shop, Level 1 at Canterbury, fantastic subs, and much more. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Ladies and gentlemen, with race number 3, we begin our 50-cent Turf Stakes Pick 5. When wagering on that, please indicate you are wagering on the Turf Pick 5. And when using the machines, you will find the Canterbury Turf Pick 5 as a separate wager. It's a 50-cent play on races 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. And it begins about 25 minutes from now. The pool is expected to be very lucrative, so play the All-Turf Stakes Pick 5, beginning race 3. It's just 50 cents, and indicate you are wagering on the Turf Stakes Pick 5. They're at the gate for race number 2. The second at Canterbury, the final for a series of stakes events commemorating the Northern Stars Turf Festival. Here, a six-pack going 6.5. They're racing, and Excel pops the gate quickly in search of 2 in a row, but has been overtaken by Shadowless. That one's to the inside of Long Shot Citrus Bay. Pure Rocket could provide the rider with a double sweep, and now up top, Shadowless opens up by 1. After that, we come back to Lockmere, second last but on the move, and Magic Revolution is 6 lengths from the front. They have 4 furlongs to travel. Race 2, CBY. Shadowless and Lindy Wade a half. In second is Excel. Outside of that, Lockmere wide around the turn, but still on the move. To the outside of Pure Rocket, who goes under a ride from Harry. After that, Citrus Bay, 5 out of it, and about 7 clear from Magic Revolution. And Excel attacks Shadowless as they approach the top of the lane. It is Excel to the outside of Shadowless, and Excel is the shadow to Shadowless, taking the lead by 2 lengths. 5 behind that to Pure Rocket. Then we come to Citrus Bay, and now they head for home, and Excel opens up by 2. Shadowless continues to fight, now angling to the outside. After that, Pure Rocket and Citrus Bay into the final football field, and the one scoring the touchdown is Excel. Excel has won 2 in a row, 5-2-4 in race 2. Race 2 official. Excel 280, 210, 210, okay. The third race is the Kurt Sampson Oaks, named for our late great chairman of the board and boss, Curtis Sampson. Scratch number 7, Morg's World. They'll be to the gate about 22 minutes from now. We welcome Digi International to the racetrack. That is our featured group for race 2, assembled in the winner's enclosure. Thank you for spending Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Apple Autos is a proud vehicle sponsor of Canterbury. For that, we thank you. And we also thank Gallagher for summer sponsorship. Learn more at ajg.com. The first two, Northern Stars Turf Festival Day, have gone to favorites. To the winner's enclosure, Excel and Roymus Chirinos. Leslie Cummings is the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Valerie Lund. The Northern Stars Turf Festival begins 20 minutes from now. We have a 50-cent all-turf pick 5. It's on races 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Once again, when wagering on that all-turf stakes pick 5, please indicate you are wagering on the all-turf stakes pick 5, beginning in race 3. Going 6.5, and they're racing. And Excel pops the gate quickly in search of 2 in a row, but has been overtaken by Shadowless. That one's to the inside of Long Shot Citrus Bay. Pure Rocket could provide the rider with a double sweep, and now up top, Shadowless opens up by 1. After that, we come back to Lockmere, second last but on the move, and Magic Revolution is 6 lengths from the front. They have 4 furlongs to travel. Race 2, CBY. Shadowless and Lindy Wade a half. In second is Excel. Outside of that, Lockmere wide around the turn, but still on the move to the outside of Pure Rocket, who goes under a ride from Harry. After that, Citrus Bay, 5 out of it, and about 7 clear from Magic Revolution. And Excel attacks Shadowless as they approach the top of the lane. It is Excel to the outside of Shadowless, and Excel is the shadow to Shadowless, taking the lead by 2 lengths. 5 behind that to Pure Rocket. Then we come to Citrus Bay, and now they head for home, and Excel opens up by 2. Shadowless continues to fight, now angling to the outside. After that, Pure Rocket and Citrus Bay into the final football field, and the one scoring the touchdown is Excel. Excel has won 2 in a row, 5-2-4 in race 2. All righty, here we go with the 6 stakes portion of the program that make up the Northern Stars Turf Festival. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. Those of you off track, thank you very much for following Canterbury. Those of you who came out to the track, thank you very much. We have a $100,000 stakes race here named for Curtis Allen Sampson. Kurt died a year ago, and he was chairman of the board here at Canterbury. He, along with Dale Shenian and Randy Sampson, resurrected racing in Minnesota in 1994. Every single day we come to this racetrack, we miss the heart and soul of racing at Canterbury, Mr. Kurt Sampson. This is the least we can do is name a race after him, the Curtis Sampson Oaks. And in this one, scratch number 7, Morg's World, Schlafmitz is the current favorite, ridden by Javier Castellano. Welcome to Shakopee. Javier Castellano, one of the better riders and more accomplished riders in the country. Likewise for Florent Giroux, who rides number 1. Jareth Loveberry, welcome back to Canterbury Park. We have so many luminaries here today, and they're all part of this all-turf stakes pick 5. That's 50 cents, and it begins right here. When wagering on it, please indicate you are wagering on the all-turf stakes pick 5. So welcome to the show. Let's go to the paddock, handicap the Curtis Sampson Oaks with Angela Herman and KG.
Thank you very much, PA. Yeah, we're out here ready to handicap this unbelievable card tonight. And Ange, the first race kind of sets the tone for crowded fields and balanced handicapping challenges throughout this card tonight.
Yes, this is just the first of 5 turf stakes races that we have that compose a 10% takeout mandatory payout, 50 cent pick 5. It is all turf stakes, and it begins here with a very difficult Curtis Sampson Oaks. Now we have 3-year-olds, we have fillies, we have males, we have sprinters, we have route horses. Whatever kind of turf race you really specialize in, it's coming up in this sequence. So maybe center your plays around that, center a pick 5 around that. That pool is going to be giant, and this is not an easy way to start things off. We've got a lot of fillies in here coming from the outside to take on some of the local contingent, and this usually is a spot that provides a somewhat healthy price, and I thought that we would get one with the outside marker, but currently I think that she is taking a whole bunch of money at 3-1. That's my top selection in here, but where did you land in the Curtis Sampson Oaks?
Well, I've been cutting my teeth on turf racing at Canterbury since the mid-'80s, and I've always felt, Ange, that our turf course was a little bit different than some of the races we watch on a national stage. We see Florent Giroux out here and Javier Castellano. We watch them Belmont weekend, all those big graded stakes races out there. Our turns aren't like the turns in New York, in Elmont. They're a little different. It's a little quirky, more of a hairpin course. So I respect your 13. I think that horse has a decent shot if they can work out a trip. But I went to the inside. When I think of turf racing, crowded field, I think of Florent Giroux. This guy knows how to get a horse into position. He can take advantage of the inside post. And I look at a horse here that showed some real promise down at the fairgrounds. And we all know that the turf course in Louisville, Churchill Downs, has been a little bit of a question mark. And this last start back in April, the horse didn't fire. Finished 5th, beaten 9, didn't really pick up her feet. But I'm going to forgive that race, knowing what we know about the turf course. I think this horse is in a great position to sit off the pace and pounce. I'm going to trust Florent Giroux. But this is a race where I think we go deep here, Hanch. I have to go 4, 5, maybe 6 deep on my ticket. Let's talk about the 5 briefly, because we just talked about Florent Giroux. Let's talk about Javier Castellano's mount. What do you see with the 5?
Well, Schlafmitz represents a camp that does extremely well with their female shippers into Canterbury Park. Now, Mike Maker has picked his spots over the years, but he's 5 for 19 in the non-graded stakes that he's run in up here. He's had 10 of them finish in the money, in particular with his females. He has started 7 of them. 3 of them have won. 2 have finished second, so I could not kick this horse out of my ticket as much as I thought she might go off favored. Right now she is 5-2 and co-favored with your top choice. She ran very impressively in that Churchill race last time out. And Walkathon, I mean, if she was in this field, would be a very strong favorite. Now, if you do judge them by the company they keep, she probably lands at the forefront. She ran a nice third that day, and she was actually coming back on at the end of that race. I thought she was kind of beaten at the top of the stretch, but she ran very bravely for that third-place finish. I thought she was the horse to beat in here. She makes an excellent impression down here in the paddock. It is another warm summer day out here, but you can see that we have very classy fillies assembled for this race. They are all making an excellent impression out here. I mean, thus far, in watching them walk around, I can't pick out many that I think I would knock down a few points because of their looks. They all look excellent out here in the walking ring.
I'm going to talk about the Joe Sharp entries here, and we've got a couple. Joe Sharp's horses land with the 9 Dreamworker and the 10 L of the Ball. Eddie Olchuk, as we call him in the hockey and horses business, was on KFAN with Paul Allen this morning. He loves Dream Worker, and I get it. The horse is in good form, stalking speed, sugar to trip, but I really like the other Joe Sharp horse almost better. I think Elle of the Ball set to run a big race here off that maiden breaker. Second time blinkers is an angle I look for, especially on the turf when they win by a decent amount. This horse looked good last time out. Last horse I'm going to ask you about, Ange, is the horse right in front of us. I think this horse has a long shot chance to catch the Trier Super at a huge price. I like number 3, Sky High Susan. Welcome back, Jareth Loveberry.
Yes, welcome back, Jareth Loveberry. He has a lot of wins racked up over that turf course, and the Silva Barn seeks their second win of the day. Sky High Susan was finishing up very well in that Lone Star race. She got up by a couple of lengths. That sort of closing kick would probably get the job done in here. I just worry maybe about traffic because she followed some very slow paces down at the fairgrounds. I just don't know where exactly they're going to place her. And with this big a field, with that inside draw, I wasn't sure that she was going to have a real clear run through. But I guess the same could be said for my top pick if she's going to take back. I just thought that she had a little bit more kick with a better pace today. I think that she'll come flying at the end of it, and that's how I ended up on Blissful.
It's the $100,000 Curtis Sampson Oaks. It starts the all-turf Canterbury Pick 5 with just a 10% takeout. I'll be out in the winner's circle in just a couple minutes to take you through my ticket. You got to get in line and get your bets in now. 6 consecutive stakes races. Here come the girls. 1 mile on the turf. It's the Oaks. It's all coming up. It's all coming at you. Brace yourselves because it's next.
Oh, man.
Sir Leonard Dykert with the call to the post, and here are the fillies for the $100,000 Curtis Sampson Oaks. Number 1 is Michael DeBroggio's When the Dawn Breaks. Brad Cox trains Florent Giroux in for the ride. Roymus Chirinos handles number 2, Twirling Savvy, for Vicky McGowan's Extreme Racing Stables, and the trainer, Mac Robertson. Number 3, Sky High Susan, owned by David Cobb's Thumbs Up Racing, the trainer, Miguel Angel Silva. Welcome back, Jareth Loveberry. Number 4, Asina. Welcome back, Alex Conchari. This one is owned by Barry and Joni Butzo, the trainer, Valerie Lund. Javier Castellano is in town, riding number 5, Schlafmitz. This one is owned by Michael Dubb, Madaket Stables, and Michael Caruso, the trainer, Mike Maker. Number 6 is Captair, owned by Gavin Murphy's SF Racing. Rodolphe Brissett trains Ray Lou Gutierrez into ride. Canterbury's leading rider, Harry Hernandez, handles number 8, Miss Hard Knocks, for Jeremy Ramsland and trainer Miguel Hernandez. Number 9 is Wayne Sanders and Larry Hirsch's Dream Worker. The trainer, Joe Sharp. We welcome Adam Beskiza to Canterbury for the ride. Our champion jockey from last year is Lindy Wade. Lindy handles the filly Elle of the Ball. Also owned by Wayne Sanders and Larry Hirsch, Joe Sharp trains this one. Tim Rosine owns number 11, Off Ramp. trained by Cody Rosine, the rider, Luis Valenzuela. Number 12 is Ruth Casanova's Latin Nikita. Trained by Sandy Swear, Latin Nikita is ridden by Alonso Quinones. And number 13 is Blissful. This Empire Maker filly is owned by Belladonna Racing, Manganaro Bloodstock, and Edward Hudson Jr. The trainer, Sherry DeVoe. The rider, Vincent Chemino. There are the fillies for the Kurt Sampson Oaks. This one begins our 50-cent all-turf pick 5. At last check, the all-turf pick 5 pool was well above $100,000 and growing quickly. And the race is named in honor of the late Kurt Sampson, longtime chairman of Canterbury Park. Kurt died a year ago at age 87 and is best known for reopening Canterbury Park in 1994 and leading it to the successfully public-held gaming, entertainment, and development company it is today. Canterbury Park expanded beyond racing in 2000 with the launch of the Canterbury Card Casino under Kurt's leadership. Kurt was instrumental in forming the current partnership with the Shakopee Midwakaton Sioux community that has allowed racing to flourish in Minnesota. Simply put, Curtis Allen Sampson was the soul of Canterbury Park and is missed greatly by family, friends, and our Canterbury Park team.
Well stated, PA. Down here in the winner's circle, it's time for that all-turf pick 5. I've got my ticket up on the television monitors throughout Canterbury. You got to go deep early. These big fields are going to create a force job of at least 4 horses for me in these first 2 legs. It's going to come down to the Lady Canterbury. I'm going to single She Can't Sing for the Lothan box. I think she's in a great spot for victory. So I go 4 horses by 4 horses with a single. Then I close it out with 3 by 3. It's a $72 ticket. There's going to be a lot of tricky spots along the way, but you're playing for well over, I think, by the time we're done, $250, maybe over $300,000 as the money continues to pour in. It's a 10% takeout. The Canterbury All-Turf Pick 5. You've still got time. There's still a couple minutes to post, but right now we're going to head to Angela Herman. She's going to take a look at the horses as they warm up for the first of 6 stakes races right out here at Canterbury Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to TV monitors or the big screen in the infield, Canterbury Park is sad to report the loss of Miss Marion Sampson, who died peacefully yesterday. Marion was the wife of Kurt Sampson, after whom this Oaks race is named. We thank Marion for her contributions, her love, her pruning of the flowers, and everything she provided all of us here at Canterbury Park. She's greatly missed, and we now acknowledge a moment of silence in honor of Miss Marion Sampson. Thank you. Last chance to get in those all-turf stakes pick fives. 50-cent wager. The pool's right around $200,000 at last check. Let's head to analyst Angela Herman for more.
I'm in one of the most interesting views in the house. I'll have a great view of this first turf race. If you want to get a good view of it, you might want to get your bets in now. Lines are going to get long for this 50-cent pick five. It's all the turf stakes, and I will tell you that for this first leg, some horses made better impressions than others. Pretty savvy on the inside, got a little bit tossed up when the rider hopped aboard, but Blissful made an excellent appearance in the paddock. Not a drop of sweat on her. The inside and the outside markers probably made the best appearances in the paddock to me. As they came out here, kind of hard to see them from this spot as far as how they're warming up, but Sky High Susan also got a little bit tossed up when the rider got aboard and they left the paddock. Off ramp and Latin Nikita looks like they got baths. They're a little bit warm. The outside two markers, though, these two should be pretty close to the pace I would anticipate, but this is one of the more difficult and one of the more interesting handicapping puzzles, and you don't have much time left to handicap it. They are now on the turf course. If you want to get those 10% take out all turf stakes pick fives in, you have to do it right now as they are about to start loading. Paul?
There at the gate, it is now post time for the Curtis Sampson Oaks. Moving in line for the third at a mile on the beautiful Canterbury turf course. It's firm. The rail all the way to the inside. When the dawn breaks, Florent Giroux riding the Brad Cox filly, 2.5 to 1. Schlafmitz, Mike Maker, has had success. Northern Stars Turf Festival Day. We have a bridle adjustment for one of them as they move in line for the Oaks. That is number 8, Miss Hard Knocks, making her turf debut. Once again, a bridle adjustment for number 8. There you see Florent Giroux standing a few stalls over from Miss Hard Knocks. This race debuted in 1985, the first year of Canterbury Downs. It was named the Northbound Pride Oaks until last year, when we named it in honor of our dearly departed boss. Savannah Slew won the race in 1985 for Alan Paulson. The late, great Bill Shoemaker was the rider for trainer Ron McAnally. When Canterbury Park emerged in 1995, Fluffkins won it for Carl Nafsker, the owner John Tucker, and the rider Brian Peck. Saranya, who runs later today, won this race last year for trainer Brad Cox. Peachtree Stable, the winning rider was Florent Giroux. The bridle situation squared away for that 8. And they move in for the Kurt Sampson Oaks. When the dawn breaks, Twirling Savvy, Sky High Susan. Here's a Cena, looking to win 3 in a row, quite sharp this season at Canterbury. His Hard Knocks, Dream Worker. That's the selection of the great Eddie Olczyk. Ella the Ball's gone in, off ramp, Latin Nikita. 1 out, it's Blissful, the Empire Maker filly for Sherry DeVoe and Vincent Cheminot. This one well supported at 3.5 to 1. It is the Northern Stars Turf Festival, courtesy of Mystic Lake, and here they come. And they're racing in the Curtis Sampson Oaks, and they all made the start on time. Cena and Alex Kinchari popped the gate beautifully at 40 to 1, and that one's to the inside of Captair. Then we come to off ramp. That long shot is 2.5 lengths from kind of a speedy early pace as they go around the corner for the first time. Behind them, Ella the Ball securing the inside, looking to win 2 in a row, and Ella the Ball has been overtaken by Twirling Savvy. After that, we come back 2.5, 3 lengths to Schlafmitz with Castellano about 8 lengths from the lead. 2.5 lengths behind that to Latin Nikita. Schlafmitz has now been passed by Latin Nikita. 3.5 behind that to When the Dawn Breaks and Giroux. They're about 13 lengths from the hot early pace into the inside of Dream Worker. Then we come to Miss Hard Knocks at a big fat number beginning to creep in. After that is Sky High Queen, and Blissful's in the clear and 14 lengths from the lead. They're chasing Asina, and Asina is clear on the lead. It is Asina being held together sweetly by Alex Kinchari at 40 to 1. Right behind that one is Captair. Outside of that, When the Dawn Breaks is making a sharp move. Then we come to off ramp, waiting for the light of day. Castellano's all over Schlafmitz. Blissful is badly blocked, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Asina's looking for a place to go to bed. Here's Schlafmitz, and on the far outside, Dream Workers weaving a dream. When the Dawn Breaks also right there. It is Schlafmitz and Castellano. Schlafmitz wins the Kurt Sampson Oaks. Photo finish in race 3 to begin the all-turf stakes pick 5. It is a photo finish. Stand by. Number 5, Schlafmitz, is the Curtis Sampson Oaks champion. 5, 1, 12, 13. In 135, 4.86. Results are still unofficial. Please hold all tickets. We welcome members of the Sampson family to the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure. Here, not only celebrating the memory of Curtis Sampson, but also of Marion Sampson. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Winner's Circle. Race 3 official. Superfecta, $39 and change. The 5-1 exacta, Castellano over Giroux. Check that, the trifecta, $48 and change. Superfecta, $39.50. 5-1, 12, 13 in race number 3. That exacta 5-1 paid $16.10. Into the winner's enclosure, Schlafmitz and Javier Castellano. The winning trainer, Mike Maker, who has won this race for a second time the last 3 years. He won it in 2020 with Ask Bailey. The victorious Schlafmitz is owned by Michael Dubb, Madaket Stables, and Michael Caruso. This is a 3-year-old bay filly and a daughter of Blame and Summer Savory. The victorious Schlafmitz was bred in Kentucky by Stone Farm. In the winner's enclosure, the son of Kurt and Marion Sampson, our chairman, Randy Sampson. He's making the trophy presentation.
Welcome to Minnesota.
To the winning connections of the Kurt Sampson Oaks. The 4th race, the Dark Star Turf Sprint, 22 minutes from now. Scratch 9, 10, 14, and 15. In the winner's enclosure, Kevin Gorg has the honor of interviewing the great Javier Castellano.
Yeah, that's the cool part of watching races here at Canterbury. We've watched this guy win 12 Breeders' Cup races, a couple of Preakness Stakes, and here he is in Shakopee, your first mount at our racetrack. And you just come in from Belmont Park with those big sweeping turns. What's it like to ride on this turf course? Sure looks a little bit different.
It's a beautiful place. I really like the way I rode the race, and especially turf, everything goes nice and smooth. I like the way he playing the racetrack. I try to adjust me every place where I go, try to be adapted how they playing to the races. I've been watching the races the last couple of weeks and see how playing the races, and very lucky, fortunate to be part of it here, and thank you for all the fans in Minnesota. I really appreciate for the opportunity.
And this is a filly you had not been aboard before in a race. So how do you get to know her in the warm-up and then once the race starts so she trusts you when it's time to make that move?
We trust each other. I trust her, she trusts me. We have a great combination. The way we warm up in the race was great. Good to ride for Mike Maker. He gave me opportunity to ride the horse. He been training so good. I watched the replay the last couple of races and tried to adjust me the way he played the track. And worked out great. Very lucky, fortunate to be here.
And your good buddy Florent Giroux was coming at you late. How did you know mid-stretch it yet enough to hold off that one who certainly was gaining with every stride?
I tried to play, the game and try to get the jumper before he moved. His horse is come from behind. It's a little more difficult to the way he playing. And I tried to get the jumper, and I'm lucky I get it done.
An honor to have you here. Congrats on a win.
Thank you, guys.
One mount for Javier Castellano at Canterbury, one win aboard Schlafmitz in the Curtis Sampson Oaks. Impressive.
Here they come, and they're racing in the Curtis Sampson Oaks, and they all made the start on time. Cena and Alex Kinchari popped the gate beautifully at 40-1, and that one's to the inside of Capterre. Then we come to off ramp. That long shot is 2.5 lengths from kind of a speedy early pace as they go around the corner for the first time. Behind them, Ella the Ball securing the inside, looking to win 2 in a row, and Ella the Ball has been overtaken by Twirling Savvy. After that, we come back 2.5, 3 lengths to Schlafmitz with Castellano about 8 lengths from the lead. 2.5 lengths behind that to Latin Nikita. Schlafmitz has now been passed by Latin Nikita. 3.5 behind that to When the Dawn Breaks and Giroux. They're about 13 lengths from the hot early pace into the inside of Dream Worker. Then we come to Miss Hard Knocks at a big fat number beginning to creep in. After that is Sky High Queen, and Blissful's in the clear and 14 lengths from the lead. They're chasing Asina, and Asina is clear on the lead. It is Asina being held together sweetly by Alex Kinchari at 40-1. Right behind that one is Capterre. Outside of that, When the Dawn Breaks is making a sharp move. Then we come to off ramp, waiting for the light of day. Castellano's all over Schlafmitz. Blissful is badly blocked, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Asina's looking for a place to go to bed. Here's Schlafmitz, and on the far outside, Dream Workers weaving a dream. When the Dawn Breaks also right there. It is Schlafmitz and Castellano. Schlafmitz wins the Kurt Sampson Oaks. And from the Kurt Sampson Oaks, we roll to the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Schlafmitz and Javier Castellano win the Kurt Sampson Oaks for trainer Mike Maker. Here we have a couple of scratches, or a few actually, 9, 10, 14, and 15. This should be a super competitive sprint named for the late great Dark Star, one of the great radio personalities in the history of Minnesota radio, also a bastion of excellence here at Canterbury Downs and Canterbury Park. We are in the Dark Star press box. Kevin Gorg is in the paddock, ready to handicap the Dark Star Turf Sprint, where KG, we have a prohibitive favorite. Florent Giroux rides 7 cents. That's the 4. And this one is 4-5. What do you think?
I'm a little surprised that the horse is 4-5. I'm not surprised that the horse is favored. We were just talking in the winner's circle about that crowded edition of the Curtis Sampson Oaks, and you get 12 horses going around 2 turns, and you look up at the end of the race, and guess what? There's Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer. There's Florent Giroux, a future Hall of Famer. So the big stars come out for nights like this, and they seem to rise to the occasion. And in turf racing, I think the trip that the jockey provides gets magnified. So I can't fault people for liking this 4-horse. On paper, without a doubt, the horse to beat. But in a big field like this, with some horses having a home track advantage, I'd like to see that price drift up to at least 8-5, 9-5 before I plunge right now with a win bet. If you're putting together exactas, tries, and superfectas, super hard to get around that horse. But I looked at this race and I saw some upset potential. When I handicap turf races at Canterbury on these big days, I like to see the home track advantage. And lost in the shuffle for that 1-2 finish last race was Alonso Quinones, who's sitting on 1,000 wins with his next victory on Latin Nikita, who was a big price and only beaten a half length against some pretty glitzy shippers in there for $100,000. So don't discount the local angle. Going back to KZ Bay, we've seen it time and time again on these big nights. Local horses have a distinct advantage, and that's going to lead to my top play in this race. I fancy the 11 here. I like Chessmaster. You get Lindy Wade, one of our top jockeys. He won the title here at Canterbury last year. Kerry Raven's a trainer we followed the last couple of seasons here in Shakopee. Excellent, excellent horse person. Really brings the horses out, and they fire and they stay sharp. And Chessmaster, to me, looked like a real serious horse in this division back in February. In a $91,000 stakes race in Tampa Bay, cruised to a 2.5 length win, posted a 100 buyer speed figure. Now, since that point, things haven't gone well. A couple races off Lasix, and then last time in a race on the main track, rained off the turf, put in a decent effort, but finished 5th. I think this horse is sitting on a much better effort tonight. I think this horse right now is an overlay up on the board. I think Chessmaster has a chance to upset the apple cart. Let's talk about your favorite. Let's talk about 7 cents, because clearly this is a horse you have to get around when handicapping this race. Florent Giroux rode this horse the last couple of times, including a victory at Keeneland 2 back. And look at the buyer speed figures. If you look at the last 5 races, they're all above 90, in the mid-90s, which likely wins this race. Good-looking gray right now parading around in the paddock for us here. Looks awesome on the muscle with those black blinkers. This horse has good speed out of the gate, but doesn't need the lead. So I expect Florent Giroux to sit just off the pace. There's a bunch of speed in this race. The brigade is led by the 3, and I think intensified by the outside 2 markers in this race. Both the 12 and the 13 have a ton of speed, along with my Chessmaster. So I expect the 4 to sit just off the pace and try to pounce when they turn for home. If there's a horse that gets loose, could it be the Michigan bred? That's right. There's a Michigan bred here who's 10 for 34. That's number 3, Mark of the Z. And when I think of big fields, turf sprint, and getting out of the gate, I think of jockey E.T. Baird. He has been so good in his career, but he's been especially good with horses blessed with speed, and that's exactly what Mark of the Z has. This horse can absolutely fly. Second off the layoff, got a tightener down at Hawthorne Park in Chicago, and we'll see if this horse can pop out of the gate and try to steal the show. How about another local angle here? Let's not sleep on a guy, speaking of 1,000 wins, Alex Conchari, the local kid from Shakopee, did that here at Canterbury just a few weeks ago. He's got the 12-horse Plain Talk. Plain Talk is super intriguing to me. This looks like a horse that's rapidly improving. Last time out in that race that we rained off the turf, crushed a really, really good field of horses. Plain Talk from that outside post has no probably choice but to go. How about the bullet work since that effort? First of 63 at Canterbury, a 47 flat. I think the 12 makes an excellent impression down here in the paddock, and so does the 13. This is Spycraft with Biscuitza in the saddle for Joe Sharp. Third off the layoff. Now, I don't like the post. We're going to see if this horse can avoid that 3, 4, maybe 5 wide trip. But with that natural speed, with the 12 and the 11 probably likely going out of the gate, that 13 is going to be in a wide spot, but I love the way this horse looks in the paddock. Spycraft, just a gorgeous-looking specimen here. The arch neck, the good-looking coat. And we mentioned it's in the 80s here. It's warm, not a drip of sweat. Love the way Spycraft is preparing for the Endeavor. What a cool race this is, the handicap. 11 of them going 5 panels. It's the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Right now, the horses head down the tunnel. Soon they're going to meet the Bugler. And these talented speedballs are set to battle in about 8. Get your bets in now and enjoy a real humdinger right out here at the park.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wednesdays at Canterbury are provided by Bud Light Seltzer. Ain't nobody better. Canterbury Park Bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. It's the Dark Star Turf Sprint, and here they are. Number 1 is Ship It Red, owned by Kristen Boyce and Valerie Lund. Valerie trains Roymus Chirinos in the irons. Number 2 is XY Speed, owned by Michael Dubb and Stephen Boucher. Mike Maker trains Javier Castellano astride. We welcome E.T. Baird to Canterbury Park. He handles the 6-year-old Mark of the Z for Jose Rodriguez and trainer Fernando Bahena. The favorite is number 4, 7 Cents, and Florent Giroux. This one is owned by Living the Dream Stables, the trainer Brad Cox. The defending champion is number 5, Jazzy Times, owned by Roy Lindsay C&R Racing. David Van Winkle trains Chad Lindsay in the irons. Jareth Loveberry rides number 6, Huey Attack, for Jose Rodriguez and trainer Fernando Bahena. Greg Foley trains number 7, On Your Mark, for owners Steve Andriott, Steve Vanovich, and Brad Kane. The rider, Raylu Gutierrez. Alonzo Quinones handles number 8, Malpay, for owner-trainer Francisco Villa. Number 11 is Chess Master, owned and trained by Kerry Raven. Lindy Wade has the call. And number 12 is Plain Talk. Plain Talk is in search of 3 wins in a row, owned by Joe Novogratz and Novogratz Racing. Alex Conchari rides, Mac Robertson trains. And number 13 is Spycraft and Adam Biscuitza. Joe Sharp trains. This one is owned by Brian Dugan's Dugan McNichol Racing. There they are. Dark Star Turf Sprint. About to go 5/8 on a firm turf course. Post time 5 minutes from now. Racing at Canterbury provided in part by Maker's Mark and makersmark.com.
We're back in the studio up here in the press box. I'm joined by Jay Litza, resident Star Tribune handicapper and turf handicapper extraordinaire, I should say. We've brought you in at a perfect time for the Dark Star Turf Sprint. This is the 4th edition of the race, and it's been won by actually a couple of locals in recent time. I want to know your take on the Dark Star Turf Sprint, how the local contingent stacks up with some of the shippers that we have. We just saw 2 of the shippers go 1-2 in the last race. I mean, is it just as simple as Florent Giroux and Javier Castellano? I didn't think so.
No, it could be, but I think Chessmaster has a big shot here. Oh, I'm sorry. I think Chessmaster has a big shot here. I think likes the course. I really wish he would have been on the inside. And then you have the defending champion, Jazzy Time, at 25-1. That's hard to pass up, especially knowing that the turf course, having wins over the turf course, you can draw a line through the last one that was on the slop. But I think it definitely goes through the 2 and the 4. XY Speed is 8 for 14 at this distance, which is, exceptional. And a lot of times I look for specialty horses that have won at this distance. And that's the horse I landed on, was the number 2.
That's fair enough. And, I mean, we talked about this last night. If you listened to us on Howard Kravitz's podcast, we talked about the pace coming from mostly the outside. Now, how you saw the first turf race go of the day, where it looked like horses on the outside were closing in and having a good time of it on that part of the turf, do you think that gives an upgrade to some of the closers in this field? Do you think that it'll revert to maybe a sort of speed favoring course, given that it's only 5/8? What do you make of the turf after watching that first turf stake?
Yeah, I think you got to be close. Just because it's the 5 furlong, and there's we got an 11 horse field here, so you're more likely to encounter traffic problems. People are going to make their moves earlier, probably in the race. So I think you probably have to be in probably the top 3 or 4. But if they go out really fast, you never know. A big closer could come and get them all. Who knows?
Oh, fair enough. It is one of those races where little tiny things could make a big, huge difference. But before we go and send them off to the gate, give us your top 3 in the Dark Star Turf Sprint.
I have the 2, 4, and 11.
Okay, 2, 4, and 11 for Jay, 4, 7, and 6 for me. Coming up in 2 minutes, they're going to load them up and let them rip right out here at the park.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate for the fourth running of the Dark Star Turf Sprint. And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It is now post time for the $100,000 Dark Star Turf Sprint. 2018 was the first running of this race. Showbound won it for trainer Dan McFarland and jockey Francisco Arrieta. Valerie Lund trained the winner in 2019, Satellite Storm, for Grayson Gamblers and Leandro Gonsalves. Jazzy Times, back in it today, is the defending champion. Here is Mark of the Z going in with E.T. Baird at 10-1. We welcome everybody taking in the Canterbury Signal worldwide, including our friend James O, watching and wagering on racing at Canterbury from Greece, looking for an elite edge in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. The defending champ has gone in. He's a 9-year-old. And here is Spycraft and Adam Beskiza. Dark Star Turf Sprint time. Good luck. Racing. Load him up, let him rip. Race 4 right out here at the park. And Plain Talk like a shot with Kanchari. And a killer crossover down to the inside. Plain Talk looking to win 3 in a row. Leads it by 2. Now flashing out of the crowd is Spycraft. The white horse is 7 cents. The favorite with Giroux 4 lengths from the front. Jazzy Times advancing as the defending champ and doing so to the inside of Chessmaster. After that, Mark of the Z sequestered 8 out of it and about a half clear from XY Speed. After that, we come back 2.5 to On Your Mark, who is clear from Ship It Red, badly blocked, and behind that is Huey Attack and Malpice. They're chasing Plain Talk. Plain Talk looking to pull a massive upset. Outside of that, Spycraft, and now charging late, Mark of the Z. Up goes Spycraft at 4-1, and Spycraft is the Dark Star champion. Number 13, Spycraft, ran first in 55 seconds flat. The rest requires photography. Please hold all tickets. The numbers 13, 12, 3, 4. Spycraft wins for the 7th time in his career. Now 4 for 5 at the distance on the turf. Joins us from Baby BA's Horseshoe at Indiana and has won 2 in a row. And in the winner's enclosure, Spycraft and Adam Beskiza. The winning owners, Dugan McNichol Racing, and the winning trainer, Joe Sharp. Spycraft is a 5-year-old bay son of Discreet Cat from the Bernardini mare, Sugarcraft, foaled in Kentucky by Godolphin. We welcome to the winner's enclosure our media relations manager and guru, Mr. Jeff Madej, longtime confidant and dear friend of George Hutton Chapel, otherwise known as Dark Star. Jeff is making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Pick 4 paid $68.80. Pick 3, $19 and change. 50-cent trifecta, $179. Exacta, $46. 10-cent superfecta, $132. The 5th race is the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes on a fast main track. This begins pick 4 wagering on races 5 through 8. Number 2, Ojitos, is picked up by Alex Conchari. Scratch number 5, Queen's Caballo. Post time for the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, 20 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, with winning rider Adam Beskiza, here is our own KG.
Another one of the top riders in the country, another guy in from Churchill Downs, and the Biscuit is what they call you, and this was a tough post draw. You get post 13 in a crowded field. What was the game plan coming in?
He does seem to like a front-running trip, which I think he probably puts his best foot forward that way, but the wide trip allowed us not to be in a rush push position, so we just took our time, tacked across, and it all went pretty smoothly. This fella knows how to win, and he's a very easy ride for a jockey anyway.
You've been on this horse the last 4 times out, and the horse looks like it came into this race very sharp. How much did that chemistry that you've developed with Spycraft help you here this afternoon?
Like I said, he's a very uncomplicated horse. He knows how to win. I'm almost just a passenger on his back, but congratulations to Connections today and Joe for having him in good shape coming here.
Great to have you here at Canterbury. Congrats on that big stakes win.
Thank you.
The Biscuit and Spycraft get it done in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. 2 for 2 contenders, no favorites, and that pick 5 still could be quite juicy.
And they're racing. Load them up, let them rip. Race 4 right out here at the park. And Plain Talk like a shot with Canchari. And a killer crossover down to the inside. Plain Talk looking to win 3 in a row. Leads it by 2. Now flashing out of the crowd is Spycraft. The white horse is 7 cents. The favorite with Giroux 4 lengths from the front. Jazzy Times advancing as the defending champ and doing so to the inside of Chessmaster. After that, Mark of the Z sequestered 8 out of it and about a half clear from XY Speed. After that, we come back 2.5 to On Your Mark, who is clear from Ship It Red badly blocked, and behind that is Huey attacking Malpice. They're chasing Plain Talk. Plain Talk looking to pull a massive upset. Outside of that, Spy Craft, and now charging late Mark of the Z. Up goes Spy Craft at 4-1, and Spy Craft is the Dark Star champion.
Time for the $60,000 MTA Stallion Auction Series Stakes race. This is the lone stakes race tonight that is on the main track. We scratch one horse in here, one of the fillies that was going to test the boys. Number 5 is out. Still 2 fillies and 5 boys, and you can see by the early betting one of those fillies is heavily bet. This looked like one of the more formful races on papers. We handicapped this amazing Stakesville card. Big crowded fields, wide open races, and so far through a couple of races, yes, contenders have won, but favorites have not prevailed, including a heavy favorite last time out. So it's another heavy favorite. It's a filly taking on the boys, so why not bring in our filly for our handicappers, Miss Angela Herman in the paddock.
Thank you, Kevin. Yes, I am down here for the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. 60 grand in the kitty for this one, and it is for horses who were the product of a season purchased at the 2019 MTA Stallion auction. Sorry, 2018. Now, we do have that scratch of the 5 Queens Caballo. We also changed the jockey on number 2, Ojitos, to Alex Conchari. We have 7 going to post in here, and the most experienced by far is the rail runner Shinborough. All of his running has been done down at Tampa Bay. Now, it's been on the turf, it's been on the main track, going short and long, but that maiden win came at 7 furlongs. That was in start number 3 in January. Since that time, Shinborough again has tried a lot of different things, nothing doing really except for 1 second place finish on the turf. Shinborough probably won't have a whole bunch of speed off of those 2 turn races as well. I thought that might work against this horse, but if you are looking for experience, especially experience against open company, Shinborough is the one that fits for you. Number 2, Ojitos, again gets ridden by Alex Conchari today. Started off his career down at Oaklawn Park, moves from one Silva to the other, but this one won up first, asking at 90-1. Looks pretty good down here in the paddock too. He's worn blinkers for all 3 of those starts, and I would expect him to be a little bit closer to the pace than he's been in those last 2, but trying to face off against optional claimers at the 20,000, then the 62.5 variety, not an easy task, and he's been off since March. Prepped for this with just a couple of easy works. I thought maybe Ojitos a little bit further down in our season could make a bit more noise than in this group. Color Me Legendary is 1 start in, and 1 start's all it took to break his maiden. Won by half a length last time over Kovacs. That's another Silva runner. He ran pretty nice that day too. He didn't break that great, but loomed up on the turn, and Color Me Legendary outgamed a couple of them in the stretch. Color Me Legendary fits just as well as anyone in here, and he's a very square 7-2 on the board right now. He's nice and mellow down here in the paddock, as is Royal's Little Diva just behind him. This is one of those girls. The other one, Scratch Queen's Caballo. She's getting a little bit warm. Looks like Royal's Little Diva did get a bath, but this one made a heck of an impression in her maiden win. She broke from the outside that day. She got the lead. She drew off by 12. Pretty simple game plan. She and Harry Hernandez will probably try to do the same thing in here. If she runs anything close to that race, the rest are all in a big fit of trouble. This one is very speedy, though. She should get some competition on the front end from a couple to her outside. Maybe not Dakota Knight. Dakota Knight started once this year, but got pulled up that day. Dakota Knight will regroup and try again in here. 3 starts last year kind of went the same way, but he did show some speed in that 3rd start. Dakota Knight might be another pace factor with Luis Negron aboard, and he's currently 40-1. 25-1 a Bailout Keela right next door. This one, too, shows quite a bit of pace. There's been some trouble for this one before the races, too. Lock It Down threw a fit before the race 2 starts back. Kind of delayed things. Maybe Bailout Keela got a little bit hot and upset, but still ran second that day behind a very talented Gypsy Reward. She's getting kind of warm down here, too. He is, that is. And Bailout Keela is one of the other fillies trying it. Jax Willie on the outside makes a nice impression here. He's kind of a big dude. Takes him a little while to get going, but he did get up by a neck in his very first start. That was only at 4.5 furlongs. Last time they went a mile with Jax Willie, he took them along a good part of the way, but could not finish it out till the end. He should have the endurance and some seasoning out of that, and he does have 3 starts already this year. Carlo Lopez is aboard this one, and he is the choice of one Paul Allen at 11-1. The group for the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes is headed to the track right now. All eyes on 2-5 favorite Royal's Little Diva in this 5th race of the day. This is the start of a 50-cent pick 4. You got pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, superfectas, and win place and show wagers as well. And this 5th race again, scratch the 5, 7 go to post in 8 minutes.
Len Dykert's call to the post brings the runners onto the track for the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes. And here they are. Number 1 is Shinboro, ridden by Alonzo Quinones, owned by Dan Chersvik, the trainer, Tim Padilla. Number 2 is Ojitos and Alex Conchari. Ojitos is owned by Gabriel Silva Rodriguez, who also trains. Number 3, Color Me Legendary and Roymus Chirinos for owner Leslie Cummings and trainer Valerie Lund. Number 4, and the current favorite, Royals Lil Diva and Harry Hernandez, owned by David Cobb's Thumbs Up Racing, the trainer, Miguel Angel Silva. Number 6 is Hannah Miller's Dakota Knight, trained by Nevada Litvin in the irons, Luis Negron. And Luis Fuentes rides number 7, Bailout Kila. This filly is owned by Pete Matson and trained by Tim Padilla. Number 8 is Dale Borcher's Jack's Willie and Carlo Lopez. The trainer, Gary Raven. Boys and girls, in the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes for 60 large. 5 minutes. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Pepsi, our official soft drink provider. It is now post time. MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, 60 grand. Dakota Knight goes in. Bailout Tequila goes in. Here's Jack's Willie, last in line. They're racing. Another perfect start and excellent work by the Canterbury Park starting gate crew. Royals Lil Diva, the filly, gets the jump on the boys, and Royals Lil Diva and Harry Hernandez stride away by two, racing well off the inside. Ojitos, the Yarkie, comes scooting through to the inside, and now it's Royals Little Diva from Ojitos, and making a move to the outside of that, and it's a sharp move, is Color Me Legendary and Chirinos, and attempting to join Royals Little Diva. Then it's Bailout Keela. That filly is 2 lengths behind fellow filly Royals Little Diva, and wide around the turn is Jack's Willie. Then it's about 7 back to Shinboro, and Shinboro is joined by Dakota Knight. They approach the top of the stretch in the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, and Royals Little Diva looks to go 2 for 2. It is Royals Little Diva from Color Me Legendary, Jack's Willie in with a shot, and as they head for home, it is Royals Little Diva. Outside of that, Color Me Legendary, between them Bailout Keela, and on the far outside is Jack's Willie. Inside of that is Ojitos. They're chasing Royals Little Diva, and Royals Little Diva is one fast filly, and she's the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes champion. Number 4, Royals Little Diva, first. Photography for the rest. Four, 2, 7, 3. Official 4, 2, 7. It was chalk all odds. Race number 6, the prestigious Lady Canterbury Stakes. Number 6, Joy of Painting, picked up by Raylu Gutierrez. Scratch numbers 9, Swanage, 10, Ewens, and 12, Ready to Run Away. Lady C time, 22 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's enclosure MTA Executive Director, Miss Kay King. Kay will be making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Minnesota Thoroughbred Association Stallion Auction Stakes. Welcome, Kay. And into the winner's enclosure, the undefeated and super fast filly, Royals Lil Diva. Couple of victories today for our leading rider, Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Thumbs Up Racing, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up gang, it is Miguel Angel Silva. Royals Little Diva is a 3-year-old bay filly by Mucho Macho Man out of Royal Marquis. She was bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. David Cobb. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Holiday Inn Express and Suites in Shakopee. Make sure to check out their special rates for Canterbury Park fans. The Lady C, 20 minutes from now. Thumbs up in the winner's circle. For more, here's Angela.
If you see thumbs in the winner's circle, you know that the Silva Barn has come up with a winner. And now you're a 2-time winner with a very talented filly named Royals Lil Diva. Kind of tell us how things have come along with her from the start. Sometimes your horses need a start or two, but man, she was ready to go right from the break.
Well, last year we didn't give her the chance to run as a 2-year-old. The good thing about my client is that he let me do whatever we think is the best for the horse. And we brought her as a 3-year-old, and look at her. She's just a monster.
She really is. And I mean, her speed has taken her all the way to this point with sprints. But do we see distance down the road with her? I mean, it looks like the sky's the limit with a horse of this talent.
Oh, yeah. We think that she can go a mile, and we are going for the Oaks, for the Minnesota Oaks.
Well, and it's been quite a past year for you. I know that you've had nice horses like Sleepy Eyes Todd that you've had run. You've had some ups and downs throughout the year, but update us on everything going on with you.
Everything wonderful. Life is amazing, and I cannot be more happy to be in this place.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and congratulations to you and everybody in the barn, all of your connections with Royals Lil Diva. This is going to be an exciting one now and well into the future.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
The MTA Stallion Stakes goes to the girls. Royals Lil Diva stays 2 for 2.
And they're racing. Another perfect start and excellent work by the Canterbury Park starting gate crew. Royals Lil Diva, the filly, gets the jump on the boys. And Royals Lil Diva and Harry Hernandez stride away by 2, racing well off the inside. Ojitos, the Archie, comes scooting through to the inside. And now it's Royals Lil Diva from Ojitos, and making a move to the outside of that, and it's a sharp move, is Color Me Legendary and Chirinos, and attempting to join Royals Lil Diva. Then it's Bailout Keela. That filly is 2 lengths behind fellow filly Royals Lil Diva, and wide around the turn is Jack's Willie. Then it's about 7 back to Shinborough, and Shinborough is joined by Dakota Knight. They approach the top of the stretch in the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes, and Royals Lil Diva looks to go 2 for 2. It is Royals Lil Diva from Color Me Legendary, Jack's Willie in with a shot, and as they head for home, it is Royals Royals Lil Diva. Outside of that, Color Me Legendary. Between them, Bale Alquila. And on the far outside is Jax Willie. Inside of that is Ojitos. They're chasing Royals Lil Diva. And Royals Lil Diva is one fast filly. And she's the MTA Stallion Auction Stakes champion.
KZ Bay and Paul Nolan pounding away with the lead. My Own Lovely Lee and Luis Quinones. Then it's Dryzen in third. Can you believe this? KZ Bay at 30-1 wins the Lady Canterbury. And KZ Bay does it for Paul Nolan and Bob Rhino. Chalk one up for the home team in 134-2.
25 years ago, the great behemoth mare KZ Bay pulled an upset for the ages in the Lady Canterbury. We welcome you back to the Dark Star Press Box. The 30th running of the Lady Canterbury is right around the corner, 13 minutes to post time. And Saranya, who won the Curtis Sampson Oaks last year, is prohibitively favored right now. Personally speaking, this is my favorite race in my 28 years calling races at Canterbury Park. It generally can involve unpredictability. The home team, horses based at Canterbury, they've won the race before. And it's also the third leg in that all-stakes turf pick 5. Like Kevin Gorg said earlier, we haven't had big prices win yet, but favorites also have not won. And when you have as much money in that pick 5 pool as we did, approaching $300,000, who knows? It may pay Boffo. Now, we'll see if this favorite, ridden by Florent Giroux, can prevail here. But this, Kevin Gorg, is a very unpredictable race. We head down to the paddock to analyze it, and it's our guy, KG.
Yeah, Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman down here in the paddock for the Lady Canterbury. And Angela, this is one of those races, if you're a regular here at Canterbury Park, you circle it on the calendar every year. It's a special race. We've seen some unbelievable winners. Yes, KZ Bay is one of them, but there's been so many stories written off this race, and this year's rendition looks as star-studded as ever.
I know. It actually, I'm surprised that Saranya's the favorite, but these two are pretty close on the board, 6-5 and 9-5 for a couple of shippers from the outside, but we've seen them do very well thus far on the card. We get a rematch from the Curtis Sampson Oaks. We get Amalfi Princess and Saranya, the 1-2 finishers from that race last year, lined up in here. Both of them are taking money right now at 6-5 and 9-2 respectively. Everyone else over 20-1. We should note that there are some scratches in here. Please take out the 9, take out the 10, she ran the other day, and take out number 12. So we have 3 taken away from here, a field of 9 remaining, and you and I exactly the same on the board with She Can't Sing.
Yeah, one of the 2 favorites for Lothenbach Stables. Really impressed with the way this horse comes in to this effort. I think, of the favorites, this is the one I fancy, without a doubt. She Can't Sing exits a Grade 3 race against a horse named Bleecker Street, who's undefeated for Chad Brown. But look on your television monitors right now. If you're building a trifecta and superfecta, the 3-horse just caught my eye, and I got to tell you, that is a gorgeous-looking racehorse. And since we just saw KZ Bay win a race, why not tout a horse with local connections that's won on this turf course before? You get Lindy Wade for Mike Beeler, and I'm just going to tell you right now, of the horses I'm seeing in the paddock, that's the best-looking horse out here. Doesn't mean she's going to win the race, but I do think she can outrun those odds. Now, let's take a look at the other favorite. We're both on the 7. What do you think of the 8?
Saranya looks great out here. Saranya should get a good pace-pressing trip. She'll get the jump on anybody who goes to take the lead over She Can't Sing. I mean, I don't think that She Can't Sing will be too far behind her, but Saranya's MO has kind of been sitting 2nd and 3rd in her better races. Now, there was one race at the fairgrounds where she came from 6th, but that's been more the exception than the rule. And I thought that maybe she would sit a good stalking trip, and we'll see what she has to offer. She just doesn't have the same set of races leading into this as she did last year. I know they've been trying to get her in some spots that haven't filled. They haven't had races go. So maybe Saranya, not quite in the same sort of shape as we have one acting up here. Nicheno is getting a little rambunctious down here in the paddock, but now she's settled in. Hernandez is on her back looking to put wins back to back, but back to Saranya. She looks very, very nice down here in the paddock, and Florent Giroux knows her and knows this turf course. I would expect them to get a similar trip as they did last year. What about you?
Yeah, I think the trip will be there. I just think She Can't Sing might be better. And the other local horse I want to talk about briefly before we send out to the Buglers, the 13-horse Lady Hideaway. Here's a horse that's run 7 times on this turf course and won 4 times. Don't overlook that factor. Now, the horse has been off since back in the fall, but I do like the experience on this turf course. I wanted to see what she looked like out here in the flesh. She looks fantastic. And when a trainer like Tony Rengsdorf comes back in a stakes race like this, knowing he's going to face some of these glitzy shippers, he could have found an allowance race here. He could have found a softer spot. But the fact that Tony Rengsdorf, a local trainer, puts the 13 in here is intriguing to me. I think the 7 wins. Angela's on board with me. I thought the 3 looked incredible out here in the paddock. And don't sleep on that 13 with that 4-for-7 record on the local turf course. It is the $100,000 Lady Canterbury Stakes. Someone's going to run into the history books 1 mile on that Canterbury turf course. They'll be at the gate in about 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park bugler and accomplished pianist, Sir Leonard Dykert. Well done, Lynn. It's the $100,000 Lady Canterbury Stakes, and here they are. Number 1 is Prance, ridden by Jermaine Bridgemahan for Stable HMA and trainer Miguel Hernandez. Number 2 is 3 Diamonds Farms, Amalfi Princess, and Javier Castellano, the trainer Mike Maker. Mike Beeler trains number 3, Medalla Match. Lindy Wade rides for Twisted Chaps Racing. Number 4, Beach Flower, the veteran mare, won this race in 2019. She's owned by Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson. The trainer, Mac Robertson. Roymus Chirinos astride. Harry Hernandez looks to triple up. He rides number 5, Nicino, for Mark Dyer's Stable HMA. The trainer, Jose Silva Jr. George Arnold II trains 6, Joy of Painting. For Ashbrook Farm, Raylu Gutierrez picks up the mount. Jareth Loveberry rides number 7, She Can't Sing. This one is owned by Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. The trainer, Chris Block. Brad Cox trains the 8 and the 2021 Curtis Sampson Oaks champion, Saranya. Owned by Peachtree Stable, the rider, Florent Giroux. Number 11 makes her turf debut. She is Bobo Girl at Luis Fuentes for trainer Chris Richard and owner Stanford Cole. And number 13 wears the familiar Winchester Place Thoroughbred colors. She is Lady Hideaway. The trainer, Tony Rengstorff. The rider, Alonso Quinones. It's the 30th running of the Lady Canterbury Stakes. It begins our 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5 on the final 5 live races today. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, number 5, Nicino, has dumped jockey Harry Hernandez and is running in front of the grandstand now. That's number 5, Nicino, outrider in hot pursuit. Ladies and gentlemen, number 5, Nicino, has been scratched. Scratch number 5, Nicino. Refunds available for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagers, along with doubles involving number 5, Nicino, that start in race 6. There will be a consolation double payoff to that 5 from the winner of race 5. Pick 3, 4, and 5 wagers involving number 5, Nicino, shift to the starting favorite. Now, if you wagered on number 5, Nicino, you have a refund coming your way right now. If you would like to re-wager, you will have time as they get that 5 to depart from the track. The outrider and Nicino parading in front of you now. Refunds available for number 5 right now if you would like to re-wager. The Lady Canterbury, about a minute from now, for late picture analysis to the turf course. Angela Herman and KG.
Yeah, thank you, PA. We are down here close to the finish line on what is a very firm turf course. What struck me, Angela, when we walked across here is the turf course is in great shape. The rail was out at 30 feet last week, so it's a fresh course. My goodness, though, it is dry, firm, and going to be fast.
Yes, it is a very, very firm turf course. And it was a question to see who would go to the lead in here because you have horses with speed, but nobody that really needs the lead in this spot. I found it interesting that a multi-princess warmed up without the pony. Last year we saw her come from almost last. This year I would anticipate her being closer. The late scratch of Niceno I didn't think changed much as far as the pace goes, but there was a crucial scratch this morning of Swanage that I thought would take a lot of speed out of this group. It upgrades the chances of a horse like Beach Flower, Joy of Painting, some of those horses that were going to be in a battle on the front end, which may not be anymore.
You mentioned Beach Flower, and to me, that's the really interesting outsider here that's going to be a big price. Mac Robertson here, this is a 9-year-old that's banked well over $500,000. Now, last time out, it was off the turf, but she looked like herself again. If you go back in her past performances, she has the type of speed where she might be able to sneak out there on the front, but I'm with you. I think the 2 and 3 from those posts are going to be very aggressive and get in position early in what still should be a crowded field, even with that late scratch.
And if you are making last-minute wagers, at least reports from the paddock that we saw, some horses that were getting a little heated were Lady Hideaway, Bobo Girl, Beach Flower. That's just kind of her. That was really the only trio that I saw get a little bit more warm than usual, but these are class mares. They can overcome that sort of thing, and it's a hot day out, so it's pretty understandable. Any final thoughts before they get to the gate, Gord?
I'll be watching those familiar silks of the Lothenbachs. They're local, and I really cheer for their horses all over the country. I think She Can't Sing. The 7 is the horse to beat. The betting comes down to the 7 and the 8. It looks like a great rendition of the Lady Canterbury. Paul Allen put him in the gate, and let's call another history maker.
Thank you, KG. Thank you, Angela. And thank everybody outstate and on track for wagering on Northern Stars Turf Festival Day. They've reached the gate, and it is now post time for the 30th running of the Lady Canterbury Stakes. First contested at Canterbury Downs in 1986. Hall of Famer Chris McCarron won aboard Sauna for Bruce McNall and Alan Paulson, Suma Stables, and trainer Richard Cross. Evil Lynn won it last year for trainer Mike Maker. Mike has won this race 4 times. Twice with Awesome Flower, I'm Betty G, and Evil Lynn last year. Lady Hideaway, one of the locals, goes in. Stand by for the Lady Canterbury, and they're racing in the Lady C, and they've broken a line. Great beginning for Medalla Match at 20-1. Medalla Match, Beach Flower, the 9-year-old mare, is keen to go at 30-1. Then it's She Can't Sing and Loveberry, poised to pounce about 3 lengths from the lead. Behind that, Amalfi Princess on the stretch out. And as they corner for the first time in the Lady Canterbury, it's Medalla Match and Lindy Wade setting a reasonable pace. About 5-6 after that, long shot Lady Hideaway to the outside of Saranya, the Oaks champion at Canterbury last year. Then it's Joy of Painting, 10 lengths from the front, about 2.5 clear from Bobo Girl in her turf debut, and Prance Can See Them All. Up the barn side in the 30th running of the Lady Canterbury. And as they pass the half-mile pole, Medalla Match has upset on her mind. Likewise for Beach Flower, the 2019 champion. She Can't Sing gradually is edging in and making it 3 astern off the far turn. Lindy Wade lets Medalla Match cut. She opens up by a half. Here comes She Can't Sing with a rush. Lady Hideaway's making a big move from behind. Amalfi Princess is all dressed up with nowhere to go. Then it's Joy of Painting, and as they head for home, up goes the leader, She Can't Sing. It is She Can't Sing from Medalla Match. Outside of that, Amalfi Princess. Then it's Joy of Painting. She Can't Sing, hitting all the right notes. She Can't Sing, the Lady Canterbury champion. Number 7, She Can't Sing, is the Lady Canterbury champion. 7-2, 6-3, unofficially. Six race, official. Trifecta, $56 and change. Exacta, $9 and change. 10-cent superfecta, $53.68. The most recent pick 3, $15 and a nickel. The consolation double, $1.20. 4-7 double, $4.80. The Mystic Lake Mile is next. Number 3, Bellamy's Roan, is picked up by Ruben Fuentes. Scratch number 4, 2 Emmys. The Mystic Lake Mile begins the 50-cent pick 4 on the final 4 live races today. It's about 22 minutes from now. And racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Mystic Lake Casino Hotel. Canterbury Park welcomes to the winner's enclosure our boss, track president Randy Sampson. Randall will make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 30th Lady Canterbury. Into the winner's enclosure, the Lady Canterbury champions, She Can't Sing, and our former leading rider in 2017, Jareth Loveberry. The winning owners, Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. They're our leading owners at Canterbury. And the winning trainer, Chris Block. She Can't Sing is a 5-year-old bay mare by Bernardini from the Distorted Humor mare, Distorted Music. She Can't Sing was bred in Kentucky by Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. Trainer Joel Burnt, standing in for Chris Block today, is in the winner's enclosure with Angela.
Yes, they are a team, though, that train for Bob Lothenbach. Joel Burnt, you have a lot of the string up here, but Ian Wilkes has sent a horse up here. Chris Block sends this one up here. What did he tell you about her?
I'm just the sub today, but we're having fun. This is a great time at Canterbury. We look forward to this every year, and I'm just happy for the owner, Bob Lothenbach, that supports Canterbury Racing. And all the kudos to Chris Block. He did a great job.
And you've won so many races on this turf course this summer. What's your opinion of it? And did you tell Jareth anything about it as he just was shipping into town to ride it for the first time in a while?
I didn't tell Jareth anything. He knows the mare well. Chris and he had a conversation, and all I did was put the saddle on and say good luck.
Well, congratulations to you all, and thank you for your time. Congratulations, Bob, wherever you are, on a wonderful win in the ladies' seat.
Thank you. Thanks.
Way to go, J-Love. For the Lady Canterbury, and they're racing in the Ladies C, and they've broken a line. Great beginning for Medalla Match at 20-1. Medalla Match, Beach Flower, the 9-year-old mare, is keen to go at 30-1. Then it's She Can't Sing and Loveberry, poised to pounce about 3 lengths from the lead. Behind that, Amalfi Princess on the stretch out. And as they corner for the first time in the Lady Canterbury, it's Medalla Match and Lindy Wade setting a reasonable pace. About 5-6 after that, Long Shot Lady Hideaway to the outside of Saranya, the Oaks champion at Canterbury last year. Then it's Joy of Painting, 10 lengths from the front, about 2.5 clear from Bobo Girl in her turf debut, and Prance Can See Them All. Up the barn side in the 30th running of the Lady Canterbury. And as they pass the half-mile pole, Medalla Match has upset on her mind. Likewise for Beach Flower, the 2019 champion. She Can't Sing gradually is edging in and making it 3 astern off the far turn. Lindy Wade lets Medalla Match cut. She opens up by a half. Here comes She Can't Sing with a rush. Lady Hideaway's making a big move from behind. Amalfi Princess is all dressed up with nowhere to go. Then it's Joy of Painting, and as they head for home, up goes the leader, She Can't Sing. It is She Can't Sing from Medalla Match. Outside of that, Amalfi Princess. Then it's Joy of Painting. She Can't Sing, hitting all the right notes. She Can't Sing, the Lady Canterbury champion. Boy, that's a heck of a filly. She can't sing, hitting all the right notes. She fought the good fight. She won the race for those who kept the faith. Congratulations. And welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. Now to the Mystic Lake Mile. What a wonderful race this should be. Another massive field, a race in front of the Mystic Lake Derby. So now this is the penultimate in that Turf Stakes Pick 5. We'll see what happens here, and let's handicap it with Angela Herman and KG.
Yeah, thanks, PA. We've seen a fairly formful start to this Pick 5. Angela, the big fields have created a couple of minor upsets. One of the co-favorites last race gets the money, and I still think we're going to see fireworks. I've watched this card come together year in and year out, and these next two races, to me, yes, the favorites are deserving, but I see a ton of pace in this race, and I see a lot of different ways we can go as we try to handicap this wonderful edition of the Mystic Lake Mile.
Right. I thought the Mystic Lake Mile featured probably the most vulnerable favorites on the card, and I think that about 3, maybe even 4 of them will be in the same price range as they get to the gate. Now, it looks like right now that is not the case, as you're getting 9 to 5 on Mr. Dumas, but I would expect that to even itself out by the time that all is said and done. Now we make the rider on number 3, Ruben Fuentes, and here we scratch the 4, 2 Emmys, which was a very crucial scratch, but the pace looks strong in here nonetheless. So I opted for a closer in here, and I believe that you did too. I'm with Street Ready on the inside. I mean, Street Ready probably won't be too far off the pace, and I thought that he and Fuentes would get a cozy trip on the inside. Right now they're 11 to 1. I was hoping for something over 10 to 1, something interesting in this group, because I just didn't have a whole bunch of faith in the favorites, even though they ship up from Churchill out of the opening verse.
Yeah, I thought the inside 2 horses here were very similar. Both in from Churchill Downs, both could stalk that fast pace, and both are going to get a good trip. And you get a couple of great riders, Luis Fuentes, one of our top riders here locally, Adams Biscuitza, the Biscuit on Spanish Kingdom. And I think these 2 horses are going to sit a very familiar trip. And when they move and when they go for that open hole around that far turn might dictate which one of these inside 2 gets a piece of this, if not wins the whole thing. I'll tell you one thing, the 2 out here now walking through the sunshine with that braided mane look spectacular. I really had a hard time trying to figure out who actually might get the lead in this race. My Indy comes in from Arizona, and maybe not a horse that's been on the lead, but look at the fractions that horse has been chasing and run well on a big, dry turf course in Arizona. You got Tuts Revenge, you got Drama Chorus, and then you can't sleep on the outside horse, Ange. Agent Peter Graves, who gets the lead here?
I thought that he would get it. I don't know if Jermaine Birchmahan will go all the way in for it, but he's pretty quick. And last time he went on legit splits, and he finished up in 134 and 2. I mean, that sort of race would probably win this, but Agent Peter Graves is still going to have to do that from the 12 hole with a few more horses, with classier competition. There's just a few things more that he'll have to clear in this spot. But if you do like him to take him wire to wire, you get 40 to 1. I still thought that he, Dynamite, I mean, maybe just a couple to their inside, Drama Chorus, who can sit just off the pace, and my Indy would keep each other honest on the front end. I don't know if they'll crackle along the way that he did last time, but I thought that they would make life difficult for each other, so I went a different direction. And like you said, Spanish Kingdom makes an excellent impression down here in the paddock. I would say the inside horse does too. He's a little bit smaller. Well, not I guess, but not doesn't make the physical impression that the 2 does, but these 2 both look very nice out here in the paddock.
My top pick is the 8 goalie. I'm an old hockey player. I'm an old goaltender myself. And I just was very curious about Robertino Diodoro. He's one of the top trainers in the country every single year. Hasn't seen this horse for a couple of months on the racetrack. When last seen, it was Oaklawn Park on the dirt. So I think very interesting that Mr. Diodoro chooses this spot. I like the workout pattern. I like the turf efforts last year at Glitzy Santa Anita. And I think if the pace goes real fast early, I think Lindy Wade might be sitting on the goaltender coming down that stretch. And he gave me the smile and the point, so I'm feeling pretty good about Salt of the Earth giving us the nod here in the paddock. What an intriguing race. Who gets the lead? How fast is the pace? Is Mr. Dumas as good as the early steam? It's a $100,000 turf race. We've seen a very formful start to that 10% takeout pick 5, but you can bank on fireworks sooner or later on this card. Maybe it's this race. Get in line, get those bets in, sit back and enjoy what's going to be an awesome race. The Mystic Lake Mile coming up, coming at you, and it's all next.
Ladies and gentlemen, a rider change in the 8th being announced for the first time. 8th race, the Mystic Lake Derby, number 9, Zavy Dave, now ridden by Jareth Loveberry. 8th race, 9, picked up by Loveberry. Lynn Dykerd's call to the post brings them onto the track for the Mystic Lake Mile, and here they are. Number 1 is Lucky 7 Stable Street Ready, trained by Ian Wilkes. Luis Fuentes has the call. Adam Beskiza rides number 2, Spanish Kingdom, for Wayne Sanders and Larry Hirsch, the trainer, Joe Sharp. Number 3 is Bellamy's Roan, making his turf debut, for Daniel and David Rogers, trainer Ron Westerman, the rider Ruben Fuentes. Number 5 is My Indy, owned by CNR Racing, trained by David Van Winkle, Chad Lindsay in the irons. Raylu Gutierrez rides number 6, Mr. Dumas. This one is owned by WSS Racing, trained by John Ortiz. Number 6, Mr. Dumas. Number 7 is Tut's Revenge, winner of this race in 2020, owned by Claim to Fame Stable, the trainer Clint Stewart, the rider Harry Hernandez. Lindy Wade rides number 8, Goalie, for A. Veneri Racing and Michael Lombardi, the trainer Robertino Diodoro. Tim Padilla trains number 9, Drama Chorus, the owner Pete Matson, the rider Alonzo Quinones. Number 10 is Rochambeau, owned by Manganero Bloodstock and David Ingordo, the trainer Sherry DeVoe, the rider Vincent Cheminot. Florent Giroux rides number 11, Dynamite, for owner Brad Alshus and trainer Keith DeZormo. Scott Young trains number 12, Agent Peter Graves, the owner Linda Jaquette, the rider Jermaine Bridgemahan. The Mystic Lake Mile, about 5 minutes from now. Welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen, joined by our track president and my surrogate brother, Randy Sampson, on Northern Stars Racing Festival Day, where our handle is approaching $4 million. That's a wonderful day as we go here in the cornfields. What's the energy like downstairs, seeing all these big trainers and jockeys? Seems like an awesome day.
Yes, it is awesome, Paul. That's the right word. We've got a beautiful day. We've got some great racing, full fields, turf racing. It's nice when it all comes together like this, and you can have a great day of racing. And we do have a nice crowd. Everybody's having a good time. It's great to see COVID in the rearview mirror and people just coming out having a good time.
And speaking of that, in 2020, the year we didn't have any fans and we ran this, Touch Revenge number 7 won the Mystic Lake Mile, and he's back in it today. He's 4-1. Condolences from yours truly, all of us up here, and really everybody at the racetrack. Randy, sadly, and the Sampson family lost their mother, Marion, yesterday, about a year after our chairman and the heart and soul of Canterbury Park, Curtis Sampson, passed away. How's everybody getting by? You know, I know you and I talked extensively about it over the weekend. It happened yesterday. We have today. You're here servicing and serving the fans as you're wont to do. How are you?
The family's doing okay, Paul. As we discussed, Marion was ready and she had squared away where she was going, and was a peaceful end. Always, very sad, obviously, but today we're honoring Kurt with the race and got to honor Marion too. And as you know, they love this place. Marion was always down planting flowers, and Kurt loved working the crowd, talking to everybody, and so we're going to miss him.
Yeah, and your mother Marion, you talk about planting the flowers and really enhancing the beautification of Canterbury Park. But, I mean, there were days she would come out here, and I'm like, what's Marion doing? And she's walking around deadheading the flowers and pruning, and And that's the beauty of the Sampson family, and along with Dale Shenian too, working for a family-owned company like this, it in essence becomes your backyard, where she was like pruning flowers in her backyard as if it was Hector, Minnesota, and that's truly at the core. This is a family operation, Pepsi Family Day every Sunday. You know, that's never changed over the course of 28 years, and we're all a family, and we're all grieving for you.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. They did love this place, took pride in it, loved the people, the horses, the fans, the horsemen, jockeys. You know, it just was a great, great run. They really enjoyed being, the patriarch and matriarch for the last 25 years of Canterbury Park, and we, as I said, we're going to all miss them, but good tonight to be able to honor Kurt with a great stakes race and great race card.
About a minute to pose for the Mystic Lake Mile as you take a peek at him now. The 2-1 favorite, Mr. Dumas. That's number 6. Raylu Gutierrez rides that one. Hunch bet in the Mystic Lake Derby for your mom and for your dad, number 10, Heaven Street. I mean, not that a president of a track's going to make a bet, but the announcer can bet, and the announcer likes to bet, so I'm going to bet number 10, Heaven Street, in honor of your mom and dad. In closing, our partnership with Mystic Lake Casino Hotel and the Shakopee Midwakanton Sioux over the course of nearly a decade has been nothing short of spectacular. And it helps provide and make for days like this. And I know they have a large contingent here. A star quilt will be given out in the winter circle after the next couple of races. But what can you say about the contingent with the Shakopee Midwakanton Sioux and days like this? They've just been great, and we wholeheartedly thank them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been a great partner for 10 years now, and made a huge difference for Canterbury Park and for our racing program and the Minnesota horse industry. So great people to work with, and we really want to thank them for the support for horse racing.
I love you, man.
Thanks, brother.
God bless you, and condolences again from all of us regarding Marion and about a year ago, Kurt Sampson. Heaven Street, that's the hunch bet for the day in honor of Marion Sampson. That's number 10 in race number 8. But first, we have the Mystic Lake Mile. They should be to the gate shortly. And we thank our president, Randy Sampson, for joining us in the Dark Star Press Box. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. They've reached the gate. It's post time for the 10th running of the Mystic Lake Mile. 2013, the first running Mr. Mardi Gras took it down for trainer Chris Block. Francisco Torres rode for Bob Lothenbach. The Allwellings won this race in 2015 for trainer Gary Shearer with Pumpkin Rumble. Hieronymus for Godolphin scored it last year for Florent Giroux, and trainer Brad Cox. Touch of Revenge, the 7 at 4.5 to 1 for Claim to Fame Stable, won the Mystic Lake Mile in 2020. Roymus Chirinos was the rider for trainer Clint Stewart. We'll see who's next in the Mystic Lake Mile, a $100,000 piece as they move in line. Street Ready, Spanish Kingdom, they've gone in. Bellamy's Roan, Long Shot making his turf debut. Mr. Dumas, Touch Revenge. Here's My Indy. Rochambeau, Dynamite, and Giroux, 10 to 1. Agent Peter Graves, last in line. Mr. Dumas, 2 to 1. Stand by for the 10th running of the Mystic Lake Mile. Racing. Touch Revenge stumbled slightly shortly after the start, but recovered okay, and there goes Agent Peter Graves at 45 to 1. And with 1 lap to go, Agent Peter Graves looks to steal away into the Shakopee night. About 2.5 lengths clear from Local Charge, Drama Chorus, Pace Hot. Early Pace Hot as they go around the corner for the first time. Outside of that, Dynamite trapped a bit wide. My Indy is sequestered to the inside as the pace slows down. Agent Peter Graves still in hand and in command. Rochambeau just off the heels of Drama Chorus, 2.5 lengths clear from Touch Revenge, the 2020 champion. That one is to the outside of Mr. Dumas, trapped a bit to the inside. Bellamy's Roan in the turf debut wide, 8 lengths out of it, 1.5 clear from Goalie. Then we come back to Spanish Kingdom, second last, and Street Ready can see them all, 13 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Agent Peter Graves. Agent Peter Graves attacked by Drama Chorus. Outside of that, Dynamite, Mr. Dumas waiting for the light of day. To the inside of Rochambeau's making a move. After that, My Indy, who's heavy laden. Touch Revenge looks to win 3 in a row, 5 out of it, and they come charging home in the Mystic Lake Mile. Agent Peter Graves still leads. Agent Peter Graves is 45 to 1. Now taking off is Mr. Dumas, and Mr. Dumas attacks and takes the lead. Mr. Dumas, Forezzo, wins the Mystic Lake Mile. Number 6, Mr. Dumas ran first. 6:12.11. and a superfecta photo. 133.11, the final time. Touch Revenge fourth. The Mystic Lake Mile is official. Exacta 192, 50-cent trifecta. Exacta 192, 50-cent trifecta, 804. It was chalk all odds. Superfecta 662 for a dime. The favorite wins the Mystic Lake Mile. The Exacta pays nearly 200. The trifecta paid 804 for 50 cents. Holy cow. We come now to the eighth race, the $150,000 Mystic Lake Derby. Scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Number 9, Xavier Dave, picked up by Jareth Loveberry. The Mystic Lake Derby is 23 minutes from now. You see on television monitors the beautiful star quilt, part of the presentation following the Mystic Lake Mile and Derby. We welcome to the winner's enclosure representatives of the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux community. We welcome back Miss Angela Hikas, President and CEO of SMSC Gaming Enterprise. Andrew Offerman, representing Canterbury, is in the winner's circle, making the trophy presentation to the connections of Mr. Dumas, the winning rider, Raylu Gutierrez, the winning owners, WSS Racing, and the winning trainer, John Ortiz. The victorious Mr. Dumas is a 6-year-old bay son of Majestic Perfection out of Ready Love, bred in Kentucky. Hootie's Racing, also co-owners of Mr. Dumas. The winning owner of the Mystic Lake Mile is being presented with a beautiful handmade star quilt, traditional blankets that symbolize life, spirituality, and community for the Dakota people, and are given to mark major milestones. Congratulations to the winning connections of Mr. Dumas on behalf of the Shakopee Mdewakanton Sioux community.
Cool.
Here's KG in the winner's circle to chat Mystic Lake Mile.
Yeah, we've got Raylu Gutierrez, gave this horse a perfect trip. The last 2 times out, you rode this horse as the favorite at Keeneland and at Churchill and came up just short. What was different today?
I had to do better. The horse is giving me all. Johnny's a fantastic trainer who gives me a lot of opportunities. I had to execute today, and I really had to go back. I studied Tyler Gaffleon's race from October 8th, 2020, and he gave it a perfect ride that day. I tried to stay a little bit off the pace more today, give him a chance to get his feet under him. And Canterbury Park, I mean, what an amazing turf they have here. Credit to the maintenance crew here, to the racetrack, to the staffers. I mean, it's really delightful. That inside rail it's perfect for all the horses, and Dumas really liked it.
He did like it, and this pace was honest. You knew it would be fast. What was the game plan going in, and how did you concoct a game plan where you could save ground so efficiently in this race?
Well, all the speed was outside of me. I was a little surprised Tut's Revenge wasn't a little bit placed closer, so I just let the flow of the race, guide me down. Everyone's turning left, so I was just going to go down with him. And by the half pole, he was tugging. I got into a sneaky spot, and he did the rest. I mean, it's all credit to the horse and Johnny. I was really just a passenger. I mean, I could look extra good because, the horse finishing so good.
You did a great job, too. You were styling at the wire. Congratulations.
No, thank you very much.
Mr. Dumas with a stylish win in the Mystic Lake Mile tonight, guys.
And they're racing. Tut's Revenge stumbled slightly shortly after the start, but recovered okay. And there goes Agent Peter Graves at 45-1. And with 1 lap to go, Agent Peter Graves looks to steal away into the Shakopee night. About 2.5 lengths clear from Local Charge. Drama Chorus, pace hot. Early pace hot as they go around the corner for the first time. Outside of that, Dynamite trapped a bit wide. My Indy is sequestered to the inside as the pace slows down. Agent Peter Graves still in hand and in command. Rochambeau just off the heels of Drama Chorus. 2.5 lengths clear from Tut's Revenge, the 2020 champion. That one is to the outside of Mr. Dumas, trapped a bit to the inside. Bellamy's Roan in the turf debut wide, 8 lengths out of it, 1.5 clear from Goalie. Then we come back to Spanish Kingdom, second last, and Street Ready can see them all, 13 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Agent Peter Graves. Agent Peter Graves attacked by Drama Chorus. Outside of that, Dynamite, Mr. Dumas waiting for the light of day. To the inside of Rochambeau's making a move. After that, My Indy, who's heavy laden. Tut's Revenge looks to win 3 in a row, 5 out of it, and they come charging home in the Mystic Lake Mile. Agent Peter Graves still leads. Agent Peter Graves is 45-1. Now taking off is Mr. Dumas, and Mr. Dumas attacks and takes the lead. Mr. Dumas, Ferezzo, wins the Mystic Lake Mile. The Mystic Lake Derby is coming up next. Raylu Gutierrez, what a well-spoken young man. Congratulations. Wonderful, wonderful ride, and best of luck to him here on Tom Amos's 6, Dowagiac Chief. Now, when we think Mystic Lake Derby, we think former Canterbury jockey Lori Keith, who is now Lori Keith Beeler and is soon to be Mommy Lori Keith Beeler. KG is with soon-to-be Mommy.
Yeah, I'm out here with Lori Keith, a Canterbury legend in the saddle, and well, we can see what you've been up to. You're going to be a mom, and what's the transition been like? Because I remember talking to you when you rode out here, and you talked about the relationship you had with the horses and specifically with the fans here, how much you enjoyed being a jockey at Canterbury. What's the transition been like?
Very different, very, very different, but it's a different journey now, so it's also a good thing.
This is such a special race in the history of Canterbury. You won the first 2 editions of this race on 2 different horses, Hammer's Terror and Dorset. What memories do you have of both those races, but specifically the first one?
The first one was a little controversial because there was a little objection there at the wire, but I stayed up, so it was good, but it was nerve-wracking.
Always nerve-wracking when you think you've got to win in a big stakes race and then you have to wait out the inquiry. It's always been a turf course that has favored horses that could handle those hairpin turns, and you were always a jockey that was a student of the game. I remember conversations with you about little subtle things you have to do to be successful on this turf course. So as you watch these races, what are some of the keys for jockeys on this turf?
Having the right horse is the biggest one.
How about the journey, though? How about when you have these crowded fields like we've seen, double-digit entries in each race, aside from having the right horse, which you have to have for sure, are there some secrets that you guys as jockeys, especially the local ones, kept tucked away?
No, I don't think there's any secrets other than keeping them out of trouble and not breaking their momentum, really.
And then the relationship a jockey has to have with the trainer. Now, obviously, you're married to a trainer and going to be a mother of a child with Mikey Beeler, but that relationship is always a little dicey, right? Because they're the coach, and you're out there trying to execute the game plan, and there's a lot of hours that go into getting these horses ready for the big show, especially on a night like this. What was that pressure like, and how did you handle, as a jockey, that relationship with all the trainers?
I've been quite lucky riding for some great people that really legged me up and said good luck, which that helps a lot. So I've been lucky in that way. And Mike, he's pretty laid back, very easy to ride for.
I figured that. You guys always had a pretty cool relationship. And now the crowd and dealing with the excitement, how much of a rush is it when you turn for home on these big days, specifically here at Canterbury, and you've got a horse in position to win a race like this and you hear the roar of the crowd from the grandstand? What is that experience like?
Yeah, there's none other than that. When you're enough horse to know that you're going to be going by the rest of them, it's a great feeling. Best feeling in the world.
Well, thank you for spending some time with us. Lori Keith, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the first 2 editions of this race, about to be a mom and one of our all-time favorite jockeys in the press box. Thanks for taking some time with us.
You're welcome.
All right, here's this next race, folks. The horses come out right on cue, and you can see by the early wagering, this might be the most wide-open race of the evening, and it's been a night where it's been pretty formful. And again, for all of us that kind of handicap these big races, we thought there might be some big prices, Ange. We thought there might be some fireworks, and so far, a couple of mild upsets, but we've seen, I think, the favorites rise up.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen kind of the trend that we thought before, that you need to be a little bit closer. It's very hard to come from way, way back in the field. Mr. Dumas came from further off than I thought he would, but we're going to see 3-year-olds again. This is the way that we started this pick 5. This is the way that we're going to end it in the Mystic Lake Derby. Slim Slow Slider, the only withdrawal from this group, and your 9-5 favorite at the moment is Stitched. Now, Stitched won a very impressive, he came home very quickly in the Caesars, and he crawled along on the front end that day at Indiana. If you think that he can do the same sort of thing, which doesn't look likely with all the pace in here, I mean, he's the one to beat. But we've also been told that this one can come from off the pace. So perhaps Stitch lets Dowagiac Chief, Magoo, Tonka Warrior, some of the horses that have shown a little bit more speed get away. Stitch is getting very feisty down here, too.
He sure is.
Yeah, not sure if that's Stitch's MO, but he is one of the livelier members of this group. And as we take a look around here, everybody else pretty much behaving themselves and making a good impression. It has cooled off a touch down here in the paddock. The sun has gone away, so if you do see anybody getting a little bit warm, not as much of an excuse right now, but that doesn't appear to be the case with anyone from inside out.
Yeah, the horse that catches my eye is the 9. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing right now from Xavier Dave. A jockey change here late this afternoon to Jareth Loveberry, who has a win on this card. I think Xavier Dave is making a spectacular impression out here on the muscle, very calm on this hot night, not a lot of sweat, but I like the energy this horse is exerting out here, and I'm very impressed with the way this horse looks. Anybody else catch your eye?
I would say that the 10, Heaven Street, catches my eye down here in the paddock. He looks very nice. He looks very calm and professional. I mean, some horses that travel all over the place handle it better than others, and he handles it like a pro. This is going to be his 5th different racetrack. Actually, make it 7th different in his last 7 starts. But Heaven Street is one I thought had a big shot in here. You're getting 7-2 right now, and Javier Castellano looks very well mounted to get another win. And 7-2 is fair.
It is fair, and the last horse we're going to talk about is one of the locals that we've really fell in love with here the last couple of seasons. That's the long-legged big guy, number 11, Ben's Malice for Pete Matson. This horse has made such a good impression on all of us here at Canterbury, and I like the outside post draw. I heard you on one of the shows you were on this week talk about how this horse probably prefers it outside with those long strides. I think Ben's Malice, if the pace is fast, has a big shot at victory. What an addition it's going to be. This is the marquee race of the night, the $150,000 Mystic Lake Derby. Will there be a big upset? We've got one more stakes race, 3 more big races. Get your bets in now. The drama is building. These horses head down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track. It's race 8. It's the Mystic Lake Derby, and it's coming up and coming at you next.
To the track and to a firm turf course for the $150,000 Mystic Lake Derby, and there they are. Number 1 is Chrome King and Carlo Lopez for Stable HMA and trainer Miguel Hernandez. Jonathan Wong trains number 2, Next Journey, for Jason Hall, Stephen Baker, and Shake and Bake Racing. Harry Hernandez has the call. Alex Conchari rides number 4, Tonka Warrior, for Extreme Racing and trainer Mac Robertson. Number 5 is Magoo. Owned by Novogratz Racing, Magoo is trained by Mac Robertson. Lindy Wade is in the irons. Raylu Gutierrez rides number 6, Dowagiac Chief, for Mike McLaughlin and trainer Tom Amos. Ron Moquette trains number 7, Switzer, for Robert LaPenta and Harlow Stables. The rider, Adam Beskiza. Florent Giroux rides number 8, Stitched, for Nathan McCauley, Michael Oshuvsky, and William Minton. Greg Foley trains. Warren Bush owns the Minnesotan Xavier Dave. Mac Robertson trains. Jareth Loveberry in the irons. Javier Castellano rides number 10, Heaven Street, for Sienna Farm and trainer Brendan Walsh. And Pete Matson owns number 11, Minnesotan Ben's Malice. The trainer, David Van Winkle. The rider, Alonzo Quinones. 4 minutes. Take a look at TV monitors or the big screen in the infield. Here are the all-turf Pick 5 Will Pays. This is the final race of the all-turf Pick 5 on races 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. 50-cent payoffs here. Stitched, $5.44. Dowagiac Chief, $5.82. Everything else, $1,100 and above. If you have Chrome King and he wins, prepare a wheelbarrow. Tonka Warrior, 14 grand and change. Good luck. Be to the gate shortly for the $150,000 Mystic Lake Derby. A couple in here at 2-1. Dowagiac Chief and Stitched. Let's handicap it close to race time and adjacent to the turf course. Two of the best, KG and Angela Herman.
Thank you, PA. You referenced those two favorites, and that's the race within the race, Angela. Both these horses have early speed. Both these horses want early position, would like to dictate terms. Only one can get the lead. When you look at this race, who has the advantage?
Well, I know that they said they were going to go with the 6, and Brad Cox said that they could rate Stitch, so I would imagine that the 6 is going to go, but he might have his hands full with Tonka Warrior, maybe Magoo, some horses who have been going shorter or have been on the dirt course who have shown speed and I think could keep things honest if their stablemate, Xavier Dave, needs a little something to run at, or they might get loose if they can run a little bit faster than Dowagic Chief does earlier. I mean, he's taken some fields on slow paces on the front end, as has Stitch. They do have the class, and maybe they make it a race of their own, but I certainly thought that somebody could close in out of it, and it's hard not to give a little love and attention to the Minnesota breds on the outside, as they both made an excellent impression in the paddock.
Yeah, we're going to keep a close eye on Ben's Malice. He likes to come from far out of it, so the post should not be a problem. And Alonso Quinones, 1 win away from that great milestone, winning race number 1,000, riding for Pete Madsen. This would be an unbelievable story. Now, this horse has never faced a field with this depth, but the pace is going to be honest. Ben's Malice is 2 for 2 over this turf course, and he comes into this race in good form, so I wouldn't count him out. I just don't know how much ground you can make up, Angela, on this turf course right now.
Now, I would contest that and say that he has faced horses of this caliber. I mean, horses were going over a lot from Gulfstream to Tampa this winter because of the condition of that turf course, and some of those optional claimers, even the Columbia, got a little bit more contentious than I think they normally would. Now, this horse ran a great race on the inside in the aforementioned Columbia. Heaven Street got a clear run on the outside. Now, since that time, Heaven Street has gone up to Aqueduct, where he finished a pretty even 5th in the Woodhaven, but, I mean, that's not one that really he loses a lot in defeat when coming here to this spot. I think he's an excellent fit. The outside 3 were my choices in here. Switzer, we looked at, and I took this horse second. Didn't make the best impression on me in the paddock. I would say that he might have been one of the ones that I thought would come out and maybe have a little more energy to him, but he got a little bit warm. Everybody else kind of looked good and looks like they'll run the race in here, but I might be concerned a little bit if you're watching him warm up that it might not be his day.
The other Minnesota bred is a horse we talked about in the paddock. That's number 9, Xavier Dave. I thought this horse made a spectacular impression in the paddock, and Jareth Loveberry gets the mount. So he picks up the mount. We watched She Can't Sing earlier, a horse that likes to lay off the pace, sit a little bit closer to the front. And Jareth Loveberry knows this turf. He's an aggressive rider. He's so good at getting position. Where do you expect Xavier Dave to land as they bank into that first turn?
They do bank into those turns a lot around here. Xavier Dave, I thought, would probably be in a mid-pack position about 3 wide. That's where I expect him to be. I expect him and Ben's Malice to get the same kind of trip in here, maybe make a move together a little bit wide, and may the best min-bred win. I mean, I'm a little biased in here. I took Ben's Malice on top. I would really, it would just be a really good way to cap off this pick 5 and a feel-good story to see Alonso get his 1,000th win for Pete Madsen. If I lose, that's fine. I'll pick up the pieces and find a way to move on, but they're almost to the gate. What do you think?
Well, I think the only horse we really haven't talked about a lot was Heaven Street. You mentioned it in the paddock, looking good. So fun to have Javier Castellano here, a Hall of Fame jockey who's won 12 Breeders' Cup races, a couple of Preakness Stakes. He's going to have Heaven Street in a good spot. Stitched is going to be right there near the front, and the 6 horse looks like the speed of the speed. A very intriguing addition here of such a cool race. The Mystic Lake Derby, $150,000. We settle that all-turf pick 5 right here, and another run into the history books. For more on that, up to track announcer, our guy, Paul Allen.
KG, Angela, great work as usual. Thank you very much. The Mystic Lake Derby, the showcase race of the 2022 Canterbury season. The first 2 scored by jockey Laurie Keith aboard Hammer's Tear and Dorset, both for Mike Stidham. Trainer Mike Maker won this race a couple of times with a couple of Kitten Joys, Sniper Kitten and Faraway Kitten for the Ramseys. Jareth Loveberry has won this race 2 consecutive years. 2020 with Summer Assault for Michelle Boyce and King of Miami last year for Larry Ravelli. Jareth picked up number 9, Xavier Dave, for the 2022 Mystic Lake Derby, and they're moving in line. Chrome King, Next Journey, they've gone in. Tonka Warrior making his turf debut and stretching out. Magoo, Dowagiac Chief, Ray Lou Gutierrez trying to sweep the Mystic Lake races. Here is Dowagiac Chief with the fleur-de-lis on the back of the jacket. And Ben's Malice, one of 2 Minnesotans in the race, last in line. Mystic Lake Derby, good luck. Racing in the Mystic Lake Derby, Switzer would have to bury them from last after getting pinched shortly after the start. Next Journey and Harry Hernandez fly out of the gate at 40-1, and Magoo is right alongside. After that is Stitched. Rider has the red colors, and Stitched is very prominent. There are several in tightly around the first turn. Tonka Warrior turf debut on the stretch out in tightly as the pace intensifies, and that one, Tonka Warrior, is 5 lengths from the front to the inside of Heaven Street. And right behind them is Chrome King at 1,000,000 to 1, overtaken by Dowagiac Chief, who's mid-pack but on the move. Behind that one is Minnesotan Xavier Dave, 2 clear from fellow Minnesotan Ben's Malice, who's to the outside of Switzer, recovering okay after the rough start. Up the barn side into the far turn, and the gray is Next Journey, trying to take the highway home and make that journey into the winner's circle. The lead is less than 1, and going on the move is Magoo. Magoo is next. After that, we have Stitched looking to win 3 in a row. Right behind them, Tonka Warrior threatening to run a good one. Even farther out is Heaven Street. Ben's Malice circumnavigating, making a 5-wide move. Xavier Dave also is firing, and now they come charging in the Mystic Lake Derby. And with a burst, up goes an impressive Stitched, opening up on Ben's Malice. The Q trying to get his 1,000th in the Derby, but he ran into a toughie named Stitched, and Stitched has the Mystic Lake Derby all sewn up. Number 8, Stitched, is the Mystic Lake Derby champion. 8, 11, 10, 6 in 134.76. The Mystic Lake Derby is official. We welcome to the winner's enclosure representatives of the Shakopee, Mindwakan, and Sioux community. We welcome back President and CEO of SMSC Gaming Enterprise, Miss Angela Hikas, and SMSC Vice Chairman Cole Miller. Thank you for everything. A star quilt presentation will take place. Like after the Mystic Lake Mile, these quilts symbolize life, spirituality, and community for the Dakota people and are given to mark major milestones. Congratulations to the connections of Stitched on behalf of the Shakopee, Mindwakan, and Sioux. Pick 4 paid $33.70. The all-turf stakes, pick 5, paid $544. One of the more accomplished riders in the country, Florent Giroux, was not going to come to Shakopee, Minnesota and leave penniless. Stitched wins it impressively. And the 10th Mystic Lake Derby indeed goes to Stitched and the aforementioned Frenchman. The winning owners are Nathan McCauley, Michael Olszewski, and William Minton. Greg Foley is the winning trainer. Stitched is a 3-year-old bay colt by Mizzen Mast out of Walking Miracle. Bred in Kentucky by one of the winning owners. Congratulations, Mr. Nathan McCauley. Ninth race, 20 minutes from now. No scratches. The all-turf pick 5 results posted on TV monitors. 544 for a 50-cent wager. Congratulations. Kevin Gorg is in the winner's circle saying, bonjour, Florent Giroux.
One of the best riders in the country. We're thrilled to have him here once again, and once again he found a way to win a big race. This is a horse that you rode last time out. Very fast horse. Was on the lead last time. Pace was a different scenario tonight. How'd you get the horse to relax so easily?
I just felt it went pretty quick, right next to me, and my horse was very comfortable where I was. It just doesn't matter where he's in the race as long as he's comfortable and catch a nice breather. That's all I'm asking him. But boy, when I kicked him turning for home, he just gave me a great turn of foot, and very happy with him how he did it.
How has this turf course been playing? Because we haven't had a lot of rain here, and it looks like it's a firm, hard turf, and it was hard to make up ground. Yet we saw you do that in the stretch tonight. What's it been like to ride this turf?
Honestly, I thought it was very fair. Like you said, a little more on the firm side. I think if you had a little more tactical speed, it would be a little bit better. But earlier, I think that was the third stakes. I came almost from second to last and almost nailed the horse in front of me, most in the race. And the horse who win the race actually was right in front of me. He was maybe like 7 or 8. So it just shows the track was very fair, and always a pleasure to ride here on this tough course and over a nice crowd here in Minnesota for sure.
How much pride do you take on being able to ship wherever the races go, even if it's a smaller track like Canterbury, knowing that you ride in the Breeders' Cup, you ride in the Triple Crown, but when you come here, you always seem to give it your best no matter where you're at?
No, I think it's a very nice place, to first of all here at Canterbury. I think you guys put a nice show every single year, and I'm always happy to ride the track. I always feel like it's very safe, not only for myself, but most important for the horses. There's a nice bounce to it, and very nice course. And I mean, when you have the horses, like this one, who's gonna be favorite in a $150,000 race, it makes you want to come, and I'm just very grateful for the opportunity people like Greg Foley have given me today and Brad Cox, and from there, after that, I just try to do the best I can.
We love watching from afar, but we really love having you here. Congrats on a great win.
Thanks for having me.
Laurent Giroux stitched off the pace and into the winner's circle in the Mystic Lake Derby.
Racing in the Mystic Lake Derby, Switzer would have to bury them from last after getting pinched shortly after the start. Next Journey and Harry Hernandez fly out of the gate at 40-1, and Magoo is right alongside. After that is Stitched. Rider has the red colors, and Stitched is very prominent. There are several in tightly around the first turn. Tonka Warrior turf debut on the stretch out in tightly as the pace intensifies, and that one, Tonka Warrior, is 5 lengths from the front to the inside of Heaven Street, and right behind them is Chrome King at 1,000,000 to 1, overtaken by Dowagiac Chief, who's mid-pack but on the move. Behind that one is Minnesotan Xavier Dave, 2 clear from fellow Minnesotan Ben's Malice, who's to the outside of Switzer, recovering okay after the rough start. Up the barn side into the far turn, and the gray is Next Journey, trying to take the highway home and make that journey into the winner's circle. The lead is less than 1, and going on the move is Magoo. Magoo is next. After that, we have Stitched looking to win 3 in a row. Right behind them, Tonka Warrior threatening to run a good one. Even farther out is Heaven Street. Ben's Malice circumnavigating, making a 5-wide move. Xavier Dave also is firing. And now they come charging in the Mystic Lake Derby. And with a burst, up goes an impressive Stitched. Opening up on Ben's Malice. The Q trying to get his 1,000th in the Derby. But he ran into a toughie named Stitched. And Stitched has the Mystic Lake Derby all sewn up.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you up in the press box here. It's been a scintillating evening of racing. And Angela, for our liking, yes, it was a little chalky, but boy, did the races deliver on drama. Fun to see the Minnesota-bred Ben's Malice put in that big charge. And I know you had some money on him. And we love Pete Madsen. We love Alonso Quinones and David Van Winkle. The home team was poised to pounce. And Florent Giroux and Stitch just too good.
Yeah, congratulations to the Foley Barn. They bring up Stitched, ready to go, and ready to come from off the pace. I mean, he had to come from a little further out of it than I thought he could, but, you know, Stitched ran a winning race. He got even a little rambunctious in the paddock. No problem at all. He proved the best, but Ben's Malice ran his race second best on the day, but an excellent effort on his part again, and there'll be plenty to be heard from him down the road.
Two more great races to close the show here. These are Minnesota-bred claimers going 6 furlongs. This is the late Daily Double, and this is a race where I get it with Devoted to You, the 4-horse, who's opening up now as one of the significant favorites of this card at even money. But I'm with you. I like the 3 here a little bit. Westa Waverly for Mac Robertson. A little drop in class. I think this horse might have enough speed, Angela, to clear off. And if you get the lead on this field, I think you can wire him. But that's going to be the key. Can this horse get loose?
Well, I mean, I think this is more than a little drop in class. This is a free fall, considering that group was probably the stakes quality that we're going to see for the rest of the season. I mean, as far as males in the Minnesota-bred category, especially the 3-year-olds. I mean, Westa Waverly faced some 3-year-olds and some of his own age group, but either way, he took on the cream of both crops. So Westa Waverly with his speed should be very tough in this spot. I just didn't see anybody who really wants to pass in this group. If there was a devoted closer in here, it would help the case of anybody that fit into that category, but everybody falls on the opposite end of the scale, and they want the lead by themselves. I think Westa Waverly can do that. I think Devoted to You might get tired out in the process, so I thought maybe JJ's Wildcat could rebound off that comeback effort and maybe sneak in there for a price, or for a piece at a price, but he's only 4-1, so nothing clever for me. But you like the 5 at 50-1, Twilight Liaison. Do tell.
Yeah, I think this horse is being grossly misbet, and I think the morning line was a little aggressive at 15-1, and I'm going to put some dollars on this horse in the exactas and trifectas. I think Twilight Liaison gets a really good stalking trip, and the turf race 2 back was a complete draw line through it. And then Open Company last time out against some really nice horses. Bolt Minister's an honest claimer here at Canterbury, and this horse was out near the front. I think this horse will get a similar tracking trip, and against this bunch, Minnesota-bred claimers, I think the 5 can hang around for a piece of this. I'm going to use that horse in my trifecta and superfecta at a big number.
Right, but we agree on Westa Waverly on top. 5-2 seems very acceptable. Luis Negron has been very good, 4 for 15 over the last 5 years with Mac. Missy Needs a Cocktail, Defend the Rose, some of the names that you might know for those two to team up. Westa Waverly, a first-time partnership, but one we think will be a winning one in the 9th. It's 8 minutes from now. You can bet the late double. You can bet exactas, tries, 10-cent supers, or win place and show wagers. We've got one more coming up after this. Kevin and I will take you through that after Paul calls the penultimate.
It's post time for the 9th, the Wednesday penultimate. Gone a little loo-hoo, last in line. Racing, perfect start. JJ's Wildcat is wild with speed out of the gate to the inside, but the lead has been taken over by the class-dropping Westa Waverly, who runs away by 2. It is Westa Waverly from Twilight Liaison. Then outside of that, Mark of Valor is advancing with 3.5 to go. Then it's JJ's Wildcat, Overseas Letter. That one's to the inside of Devoted to You, who's beginning to steamroll in. 7 lengths behind that to the 7, past the Cat. And the Cat just passed Gone a Little Loo-hoo. They're covered by 14 round about the quarter pole. Westa Waverly and Luis Negron by 3. It might be an ever-widening 3. Mark of Valor is 2. That one's outside. Then we come back about 2.5 to the inside. Twilight Liaison, Devoted to You's plugging away just to the outside of Twilight Liaison. Chasing Westa Waverly. Here comes Twilight Liaison. Make that Twilight Liaison to the inside with Devoted to You. Twilight Liaison, 35 to 1. Number 5, Twilight Liaison. First, 5, 3, 4, 7 is official. Exacta 141, Trifecta 223, 10 cent Superfecta 237, that double from the Derby 103. Pick 3 from race 7, 502. The final live race today is the 10th. No scratches, no rider changes. Into the winner's enclosure, it is Twilight Liaison and Ezekiel Lara. Twilight Liaison is a 5-year-old based son of Liaison, out of Nayla's Image, bred in Minnesota by Ressa Harris. That's the winning owner. And the winning trainer, David Appleby. And they're racing. Perfect start. JJ's Wildcat is wild with speed out of the gate to the inside, but the lead has been taken over by the class-dropping Westa Waverly, who runs away by 2. It is Westa Waverly from Twilight Liaison. Then outside of that, Mark of Valor is advancing with 3.5 to go. Then it's JJ's Wildcat Overseas Letter. That one's to the inside of Devoted to You, who's beginning to steamroll in. 7 lengths behind that to the 7 past the Cat, and the Cat just passed Gone a Little Loo-Hoo. They're covered by 14 around about the quarter pole. Westa Waverly and Luis Negron by 3. It might be an ever-widening 3. Mark of Valor is 2. That one's outside. Then we come back about 2.5 to the inside. Twilight Liaison, Devoted to You's plugging away just to the outside of Twilight Liaison. Chasing Westa Waverly. Here comes Twilight Liaison. Make that Twilight Liaison to the inside with Devoted to You. Twilight Liaison, 35 to 1.
Upstairs, Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg, ready to take you through the lucky last. If you're alive in the pick 4 or pick 5, good luck in this final sequence. We thought through the stakes races with the big fields we'd see fireworks. We did not. We saved the fireworks for the local horses, the Minnesota breds. We talked about it in the paddock preview. That horse should not have been that price. I didn't understand the morning line. I didn't understand the 50-1 when we were in the paddock, and people bet the horse at the end a little bit, but still a $70 horse. Great ride by Zeke Lara to save all that ground and wait to the right moment. They went a little quick. I thought our selection ran a good race.
Yeah.
But
that's how that horse runs.
44 and change, a little too fast on the front end for Wester Waverly. We move on to the 10th, and another difficult race. If you're alive, look at the betting here early on. I don't see any total standouts. It looks like a field where, once again, you could find some value. It's 6.5 furlongs, so that extra half furlong can be pesky. And as I looked at the race, I didn't see a ton of early speed. And in a race that's got some balance to it, I thought the outside horse with Harry Hernandez, who's got 2 wins on the card. He's right now developed into one of our top jockeys. I just don't know how they beat this horse if she clears.
Yeah, that's the big if she clears. Temporarily is not slow by any means. I mean, she was only a length off 46-1 last time, 22-4. I thought maybe credit card fraud, maybe even speedy enough if they decide to actually go with her, could make outwork the Okie girl work. It seems like that's, at this juncture of her career, the only way she wants to go. She wants to be on the front end and take them all the way. And I think if Lindy Wade gets out, he might not let her do that. And that was my thought, I guess, with Temporarily. But we'll get a good look at Temporarily in the paddock, too. She's got kind of a funny way of going up front. I mean, Temporarily, that's about the only strike I have against her. She broke her maiden nicely. She drew away. It's just, it almost looks hard to, it looks kind of painful to watch her run. Not that she's, like, bad or anything like that. She's just got an unconventional way of going. We'll just say that up front. But she's the one to beat, and she comes off a nice win going 6th. I think 6.5 won't hamper her. I don't know if that stands for everybody else in this field. Outwork the Okie girl, like you said. If she gets clear on the front end, it's going to be very tough to run down. I didn't think she'd get clear, thus I didn't use her. But we both agree on the 4, Milligan, Mike, and me in second. Tell me why.
I think the horse gets a great trip. I think this horse at 6.5 furlongs is going to be sitting off whatever pace there is, and I think with the 7 horse, it's going to be honest. And Zeke Lara, we just saw him last race put the horse in a perfect spot. I think he gets a similar trip here with the 4. And if they're going to kind of ignore this horse at the betting windows, if this horse drifts up from 4-1, again, might be a very, very valuable horse in the exotics. I think Milligan, Mike, and me is sitting on a good effort. We always cheer for trainer Bruce Reekin, just as honest as the day is long, hardworking guy, good barn. And I think this is a horse that definitely will be in the fracas when the real running starts. The other horse I looked at, Ange, was the 5, Speedy Enough for David Van Winkle. And this horse, to me, another horse that I think 6.5 furlongs is a good fit for, especially if you can sit off the pace.
Yeah, and I took her 3rd. She broke really well last time. She broke right on top, and then they took her back to 3rd, and she kind of just stayed there. She ended up a few lengths behind Milligan, Mike, and me. Now I wonder if if Chad Lindsay will decide to take the initiative, stay with those front runners, like you said. If there isn't much pace on, Speedy Enough can ensure that there is. And Speedy Enough is another one that I think will be okay with 6.5. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be her favorite distance when all is said and done, but I'm looking at her maybe sometime down the road with a non-3 for Minnesota bred, something like that that's restricted to just state bred company, but she fits well with these. And Chad Lindsay got to know her last time, rode her all of last year. I think that Speedy Enough at 7-1 is one of the more appealing bets as opposed to 2-1 on Temporarily. Now you have Full Speed Astern in 3rd. You think if things completely fall apart that she'll come and get them all?
Well, she's going to get, I think, at least a chance to hit the board here. She ran against Asina last time, and Asina's turned into one of the real talkers of the meet, front-running specialist, ran big tonight, at least in the early stages of one of those turf stakes. I don't know if the 6 is good enough to win, but I certainly think when you're chasing Asina, this is a much, much softer spot. I'm all about the 7. I think Outwork the Okie girl gets loose. I think Harry Hernandez starts the day with wins, finishes the day with a win here, gets the hat trick. And again, you're all about the 2 horse here.
Yeah, I think that she'll sit right off Outwork the Okie girl. If she needs to go and put the pressure on herself, she can do it. And unfortunately, I'll just have to choke down 9-5 with 8 minutes to post.
All about finding a winner, fans. The lucky last. Once again, if you're alive in the pick 4 or pick 5, we wish you the best of luck. We're back tomorrow with another 5 o'clock post. Saturday, 5 o'clock, Pepsi Family Day on Sunday. Right now, the horses have left the paddock. They head down the tunnel. Soon they meet the bugler. It's almost time for race number 10. Good luck.
Great job, Lynn. Well done, young man. Sir Leonard Dykert, our bugler, just killing it all night. Biggest day of the season. Showed up beautifully. Race 10, 5 minutes. Alrighty, the 10th race. I'm the chaser here with my pony named Stuck. And me and my pony had a really, really rough ride this evening with the betting. So me and my beloved pony Stuck, we are going to chase as we are wont to do in the last race with a horse named Temporarily. And it really just comes down to this. When me and my beloved pony Stuck need to find a way to the winner's circle, we recognize we get paid when we chase Wade. Go Lindy, be salt of the earth, and make it so Stuck has some water to drink out of his trough. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time for the 10th and final live race, Northern Stars Turf Festival Day. Hopefully the wagering was bountiful for you. Pick 5 payoffs on television monitors now. Nearly $5K, the lowest payout for 50 cents. Best of luck if you are alive in said 5. Allison Caldwell's Temporarily is 9 to 5. Right next to Credit Card Fraud. Milligan, Mike, and me. Laura trying to sweep that late dub. Speedy enough, full speed astern. Outwork the Okie Girl. Harry in line. Starters off his spot.
Back me out. Back out the 2.
Loveberry kids messed up the announcer's binoculars. Optics fixed. Temporarily is backed out. Hopefully temporarily. 8 to 5. 1 is also out. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 1, Priceless Miracle. Number 1, Priceless Miracle is a late scratch. Refunds available right now. For Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers, there will be a consolation double paid to said Uno. Pick 3, 4, and 5 action involving the long shot. Number 1 heads to the starting favorite in race 10. And they're going back in.
Hang on, boss. Hang on.
Outwork the Okie Girl. Back in. Race 10, take 2. They're racing. Perfect line out of the starting gate. And from the 5 hole, Speedy Enough is speedy enough to grab the early lead with Outwork the Okie Girl applying pressure. Then it's Credit Card Fraud looking to get in the black to the inside. And that trio has gone 4, 5 lengths clear from the next trio. Temporarily is about 6, 7 lengths from the lead with full speed astern in between them. Milligan, Mike, and me. So the 6 are covered by 6 as they head into the far turn, meaning they have 3 to travel. Outwork the Okie Girl and Harry looking for a triple. Inside of that, Speedy Enough reclaims the lead. Speedy Enough at 4.5 to 1 is edging away from Outwork the Okie Girl, who's being pushed on hard by Hernandez. 5 after that to Temporarily, shaken up by Lindy Wade. Credit Card Fraud's offering nothing, then it's full speed astern. And as they head for home, they're chasing Speedy Enough and Lindsay. It's Speedy Enough and Outwork the Okie Girl. Inside is Temporarily, and outside of that is Full Speed Astern. But the only one full speed here is Speedy Enough, winning it by 7. 5-7-2 in race 10. Number 5, Speedy Enough, ran first. It's 5-7-2-6. A claim in race 10. Number 3, Credit Card Fraud, was claimed by Oscar Flores for Danny Caldwell. And Wednesday is official. The final pick 3 paid $912. Final pick 4, $3,900. The pick 5, $11,116. In the winner's enclosure, it is Speedy Enough and Chad Lindsay. The winning owner, Pete Matson, who also bred the filly in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, DVW David Van Winkle. Speedy Enough is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by He's Had Enough out of Shaw. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Live music tomorrow. Pepsi Family Day Sunday at 1. And on behalf of our management team, those of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, and for our TV department, with the outstanding work provided Northern Stars Turf Festival Day, thank you very much for watching and wagering on racing at Canterbury Park. And if you're leaving our racetrack, please drive safely. And they're racing. perfect line out of the starting gate. And from the 5-hole, Speedy Enough is speedy enough to grab the early lead with Outwork the Okie Girl applying pressure. Then it's Credit Card Fraud looking to get in the black to the inside. And that trio has gone 4-5 lengths clear from the next trio. Temporarily is about 6-7 lengths from the lead with Full Speed astern in between them. Milligan, Mike, and me. So the 6 are covered by 6 as they head into the far turn, meaning they have 3 to travel. Outwork the Okie Girl and Harry looking for a triple. Inside of that, Speedy Enough reclaims the lead. Speedy Enough at 4.5 to 1 is edging away from Outwork the Okie Girl, who's being pushed on hard by Hernandez. 5 after that to Temporarily, shaken up by Lindy Wade. Credit Card Fraud's offering nothing. Then it's Full Speed astern. And as they head for home, they're chasing Speedy Enough and Lindsay. It's Speedy Enough and Outwork the Okie Girl. Inside is Temporarily, and outside of that is Full Speed astern, but the only one full speed here is Speedy Enough, winning it by 7. 5-7-2 in race 10.